You hear that music? This is how I feel. I feel like everything just gets jumbled up. This is how I feel. I feel like everything just gets jumbled up. This is how I feel. See? I feel like everything just gets jumbled up. This is how I feel. See? Yep. I feel like everything just gets jumbled up. This is how I feel. So, there actually is something wrong. Like, seriously, I don't know what it is. But there's actually something wrong right now. Try to figure it out. Not sure what's going on. But I think I might just actually be destined not to stream ever again. I think that might just be the destiny that we are, you know, that I am susceptible to right now. Because if I turn the sound back on, if I turn the sound back on, you see that? It's just like you're gonna hear everything. And no, I'm not monitoring it anywhere. It's just the way it is. It's crazy. I don't get it. I wish it would stop. I'm gonna click this button and reset all my settings. Here we go. All right, settings will reset. You ready? See if it fixes anything. You ready? All right. Now, if you don't hear an echo of the music, I fixed it. Ready? So far, so good. I think I might have got it. I think that works. All right, should we get this going? I think I don't even know if I want to. I'm not gonna like do the countdown. I think the countdown is pointless. I think I'm just gonna do it. I think we're just gonna get started. Okay? Because you know, who knows when shit's gonna hit the fan anyway, right? Who knows? It could happen today too. It probably. Let's face it. It probably will happen today as well, but hopefully it doesn't. Hi, Chicken Man. I see you. I've acknowledged Chicken, everyone. Everyone say hi to Chicken. Okay. Hi, Krios. General. Caitlin's here. What's up? Maltese. Good to see you again. Try number 2. 3. Watch the audio be looping on a 30-minute loop. No, I fixed that part. And I know it's crazy. Just like your hardware on your PC just goes nuts, and you have to find ways to just fix it. All right, and that's what I've been trying to do, is trying to find ways to fix it. Okay. It's not an easy fix. I had to press a couple buttons. You just have to know which buttons to press. Oh my God. All right. We're gonna try this again. I missed your Conquering KSP series, so I'm glad to see you do this. Was sad to see you abandon that series. Abandon is kind of a good word for it, I guess. A justifiable ban. A justifiable abandon. But I abandoned it. There are still some regrets, but I think ultimately, for me as a creator, it was the right decision. So, yeah. Oh, my bitrate's way lower. Hang on. I gotta fix this too. Give me a second. Maybe this is why we're stable, because I got my bitrate super low for yesterday. Hold on, ready? To do something. Boom. All right, let's see if we actually. let's see if it. Everything should look better now. By the way, my face should look so much better than it just did. So I was doing a lot of stuff, and if you're watching this as a VOD, remember there are timestamps to skip all this stuff if you don't want to. But we've had ridiculously bad problems with internet here, and yesterday and there still is an outage, which is why I think I still might, have a problem. But we'll try to cope with it and see if it ends up being a problem that lasts long into the future. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll see how it works. Looking at this. Okay, I think we're pretty stable right now, so cross our fingers and get into it if we can. Conquer KSP was what got me into the game. I watched it over and over again for like a year before I caved. Oh my god, Legion of 1, I'm sorry. Made it unable to play without remote tech. I really hope, right? The modding community, I think, will fix this game. And I say that knowing that it's like day 2 of early access. It's been out for everybody for 24 hours, right? And there are people all over the place with really strong opinions on this game, and I'm gonna give some of mine too. There's my opinions are not super negative. There are some critiques, there are some question marks that I have, and I do want to talk about those things because it's important to acknowledge weaknesses where they exist. But I also am going to acknowledge strengths because there are strengths, and even some that some people think are weaknesses that I think are strengths. So we're gonna look at that too. Okay, definitely. Hi PJ, super excited for these new releases. I can't be on long. Just wanted to show my love and support. Definitely be watching the VOD for this, and Star Citizen, super happy for it. Star Citizen probably is going to Twitch. Probably. We'll see. Probably going to Twitch. You can always watch VODs there, but community for that is better there. I say better, but what I really mean is they're more apt to watch live streams there. We'll see. Especially with Kerbal being here. I can show some love for Twitch. I haven't shown love for Twitch in a long time. Speaking of which, right here. Yeah, Twitch right there. Mick X, Kerbal hype. Hey, how are you? Yeah, I mean, look, admittedly, I am kind of stalling at the moment because I really want to make sure before I get into this, the internet is good. But again, like I said, if you're watching the VOD, timestamps down below, you'll get where we actually start. It's good. God. Love it when I let Comcast know that they have an outage and they ask me to perform the tasks I've already performed 6 times just for them to realize 8 hours later that it's on their end. At least in my case, they noticed it immediately. They put out a notice. And probably what happened is they didn't really notice it immediately. What probably happened is they had like 200 complaints in very, very rapid fire succession, and then that made them go, oh, there's probably a problem with us. One customer has a complaint, it's probably on their end. Maybe 2 or 3, probably their end. 250 in the same small area. Hey, I think they have a problem. Yeah. Is that dust all over your hat? Yeah, I brought it out of retirement. It's not cleaned. This hat's been retired. This here, whoops, this side. This is not dust. This is a design. Whoops. It's always the wrong side. That's a design. This is from the Hard Rock Cafe. But like little stuff like this is dust. Yeah, I brought it out of retirement. It's been sitting on that shelf back there. Okay, should we get started? Should we? I don't know. It's always a big risk. Take 3, third time's the charm. I hope so. Chromosphere. Hi, welcome. How you doing? Hope all you guys are having a great day today. Okay, today, Kerbal Space Program 2, as you know, It's a brand new game. Brand new game does not mean better. And for the most part, not better than the first. At least not yet. I have high hopes for it. I think it has the potential to be much better. But in its early access form, it is not. If you're someone who wants to get into Kerbal Space Program today and play all in all of its glory, this might still be an okay choice. Because it's not that much more expensive than the old one. And eventually, in my opinion, it will be better than the old one. It just isn't today. However, $50 price point is egregious, and it absolutely does not deserve $50 today. That said, I believe, for me anyway, I believe it has $50 worth of fun factor for me. But that's because I'm creative enough, okay? And I think if you're creative enough, you can make it happen. I didn't want to show these things yet. I was building some things that I wanted to prepare for today. I didn't want to show these things yet, so I'm going to have to load it and then immediately leave the VAB. Because in this game, it kind of saves your state when you save. And so if you were building something when you exited the game on the save, the autosave and everything, it will be in the VAB is where you load. So I'm just going to have to real quick go, come on. There, okay. Didn't even load the parts. Ha, ha, ha. Sucks to be you not knowing what's going on. All right, I'm going to accelerate time to the daytime. There we go. Welcome to the Kerbal Space Center. For those of you who are joining me yesterday, welcome again. For the first time, welcome. And obviously, most of you guys have had a chance to see, you know, other creators play this. You've seen videos, reviews, probably, I don't know, maybe some people doing creative things that are seeing things more positively, and probably some people who just want to bitch. And, you know, some other critiques are warranted. Some of them are. Like, for example, why does the game need a pointless launcher? Thanks, Take-Two. Absolutely doesn't need a pointless launcher. In fact, if you want to, you can play this game simply by double-clicking the exe file on your computer. You can save it to your bottom Windows taskbar if you'd like to. And then you don't even need Steam open. You can have the launcher the launcher doesn't need to open, and Steam doesn't need to open. You can play it directly from the exe. But if you launch it from Steam, it will launch this pointless launcher first and then make you hit play again. It's stupid. I wish they would go away with it. I don't care. I don't think like an extra launcher is a bad thing to have installed. I just think it's pointless to launch this game. If there was some kind of, you know, well, I guess eventually there's going to be an online component to this game, right? And so eventually it'll need it, but I mean, it doesn't need it now, as far as I know. Anyway, yeah. And there's probably a way to disable it. Looks like Maxim in the chat has a way to disable the launcher. So pretty nice. I'll take a look at the live chat after me. You know, and maybe I'll just, you know what? I'm just gonna save your comment. All right. And maybe I'll put it in a notepad file like this and hope that it's not some secret malicious code that's gonna hack me. Probably not. I'm just gonna say disable launcher, and then you don't have to worry about it. Which again, that might disable some online features in the future. Maybe, we'll see. But in the live chat, there is a way to apparently. So I'm told. I can't confirm. Haven't tried it myself, but a way to disable the launcher, which is good. All right, good. Okay, so first thing I want to do today is take a look at the tracking station, because I want to take a look at some of the planets, right? For those of you who have never seen Kerbal Space Program before, which I doubt hardly any of you watching this are in that crowd. But in case you haven't, this is our planet. It's Kerbin. Kerbin is an Earth-like planet that is 1/6 the size of Earth. Everything is basically 1/6 scale. Just to make it easier for people to get into it and everything. We have the moon, which is one of the moons on Kerbin. It looks very similar to our own moon. And then a little bit further out, we have a second moon. My favorite moon. Everyone's favorite moon, especially if you like ice cream. It's Minmus. There it is. Or yogurt. Is it yogurt? I think it's yogurt instead. And that'd be ice cream. I think it's made of yogurt. I forget. In any case, it's right here. And that's where we live. Yeah. There is a whole bunch of other planets. We're going to visit one of those other planets today, too. I want to visit Jool. I wanted to visit Jool yesterday, but I couldn't. Jool is the only gas giant, right? Is it the only gas giant? So I've played Kerbal Space Program 1 with the Outer Planets mod installed so long that I sometimes forget which planets are stock and which ones are part of the Outer Planets mod. But I think Jool is the only gas giant. And so I'm pretty sure it is. And then here it is. And so we're going to go check that out today. They've all been completely redesigned. All the planets have been completely redesigned to give them a lot more higher detail. And they're still designed in the spirit of the old ones. So it's not like they've changed it entirely. I think I want to do a flyby at Tylo. I'm going to do a flyby at Jool. Maybe go ahead and land on Lathe today. Could be kind of cool. Go all the way out there. You'll see these little areas here. I do like the changes they've made to the map layer to some extent. For example, having a nice list over here where you can just see the planets listed and then be like, oh, cool, I want to go and visit Ike. There it is. Maybe I want to go and look at Bob. I just click this and I'm over at Bob. Right? So you don't have to go and do what I just did, which is zoom out, find it, and be like focus, and then zoom in. You don't have to do that. You can just go to the list. But eventually they're going to have interstellar stuff working. All right? There's Elu. Look at that. Look at Elu, man. It looks really good, actually. I like it. It's really sweet. Look at that. Ah! The detail! Might be worth visiting Elu as well. It might be. But in any case, they also have this extra tab down here. And this kind of gives you a clue for that interstellar gameplay that they'll be doing in the future, where you can select from a list of celestial bodies and go see what's underneath them. And it gives them expansion capabilities to go all the way down. Same thing with colonies. Every time you set up a colony, which isn't in the game yet, every time you set up a colony, it will come down here. I'm not going to show the roadmap because you can find it on Steam now. But also, I'm not going to show the roadmap because my stream literally died the last 2 times immediately upon showing the roadmap. I'm superstitious now. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to let it go for now. 80 people watching, only 17 likes. Yeah, hit the like button, man. Come on. Don't you want to help? I'm just kidding. I mean, liking the stream does help, but it's a debate as to exactly to what extent it helps. But yeah. Didn't they say that not all the planets are in the system yet? All the stock planets are, but not all the systems. Systems aren't all in there now. So today that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start by building a rocket that can go and visit Jool. But I also want to check out some of the other features that are in the game as well. So VAB, I'm probably gonna have, it's gonna show my crafts. No, don't show it. No. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag then. Anyway, what I want to do, I guess we'll do this first because I can. I've used the new feature in Kerbal Space Program 2 that's exclusive to Kerbal Space Program 2, and I'm certain that it's never going to come to the base KSP. I'm pretty certain that it's not capable of it, and that is the ability to build completely 2 entirely separate crafts in the same workspace. And so you have 2 entirely separate crafts in the same workspace, and you can choose which one to launch at any given time. So I can choose this one to launch by clicking that, and now this is the one that's going to be launching, and I can make changes and everything to it. If I want this one to be the one that launches, I simply click this button, and now this is the one that will launch, and we can make changes to it here. I've built these 2 crafts with the express purpose of saying, hey, the game doesn't have as much content as you're used to, but you can still do some really fun things. And if you use your imagination, you can do some really fun things. Because in the end, your imagination is what really limits you. It's not the game's tools, right? Kerbal Space Program is one of those games that truly exemplifies what it means to make things possible because of your imagination. And so there's no science in the game right now, but we could imagine that these HAB modules could totally be a science center if I wanted to. And so I've done that over here. And I've kind of made it easy to tell which one is which simply by changing the color of the module. So this is not a science module. It's the same HAB as this, but we could say it's a science lab. I got solar panels on the sides of it. I got batteries mounted on the sides of it. Each one of these crafts has the ability to get to low Kerbin orbit, and hopefully we'll be able to dock the 2 together, because docking is Actually, the one thing I haven't done in my roughly 85-ish hours in the game, the one thing I have not done is brought 2 crafts together and docked. I haven't done that yet. I mean, I've done it countless times in KSP 1, but I haven't done it in KSP 2 yet. So I thought maybe we would give that a shot today. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Charlie should play Realism Overhaul and Real Solar System in KSP 1. Yeah, I tried that, and it was really not fun. Fun factor is very important to me. And I also didn't like how the developers of that overhaul, I don't want to say treated me, because treated me is the wrong word. Their philosophy on who is allowed to play their stuff. I want to say that. And allowed might not even be the right word. So I'll amend that again by saying their philosophy on who should be playing their stuff. It rubbed me the wrong way big time. And I kind of decided that it's just not for me because of that. They are under the mindset that everybody who plays their mod, their overhaul, should be the kind of person that likes to just look at a wiki all the time, reference a wiki for everything all the time. You know, if you're an astronaut, you should absolutely be reading the manual in the craft while you're flying. And it's just like, I'm not into that at all. Anyway, so off topic. We got, this is our science module, but the science module is also going to be having this little hub here, which I can mount other stuff to. So we've got, you know, these docking ports and stuff that are going to be slapping into here. There is not currently, because there's not as many parts as need to be in the game. I wish they would do differently with parts. I wish they would have given us more parts. Currently, there is no central hub that Kerbals can pass through unless you want to go to a really small layer, a really small profile for it. And I forget where it is. I want to say, I thought it was in structural, but it doesn't look like it is. It might be in utility, but I doubt it. It's somewhere. I forget where it is though. But there is a small section right here. This multi-point connector here. This one will permit Kerbals to go through it. But there isn't currently a part other than this that will allow Kerbals to pass through it. And there's no adapters that makes this larger that will allow Kerbals to travel through it either in the game. So like I could use this as my central piece and then do adapters out, but there isn't an adapter currently in the game that allows Kerbals to pass directly through it. So for the time being, we use our imagination. And that's all there is. All right, so this is our first unit. It's going to get up to low Kerbin orbit. It's got this big sort of towering setup here with solar panels. And these solar panels are pretty large. We can right-click these and open up the parts manager if we want to. And I can open up these. They're pretty large. There's no reason to have them this large. There's no way that we're going to be using this much power. But again, we're using our imagination. So science, maybe we're doing some really intensive science in the science center. You know, that could be something where we have to have a lot more power. And so here we go. There we go. Cool man fight. Thank you for 17 months in the lair. Sweet. How are you doing today? I'm doing good today because you're streaming today. I love bacon in stews. Do you like bacon in stews? Always with the food, my friend. Always with the food. I like bacon in pretty much everything that bacon is found in. I don't think there's a way to mess up bacon unless you're, you know, going extra, extra crispy. I guess extra, extra, like, you know, if you really undercook it and it's very, very gummy, then I suppose that's probably a way to mess it up too. But assuming your bacon is properly cooked, I don't think there's anything you can put it in that will mess it up, including ice cream. You could put it in ice cream, and I think it would still be good. Anyways, so why don't we try the station thing first, since we're here. We can look at the Jool craft afterwards. We'll start this. So I could just put these two modules directly underneath each other and launch both of these up with one rocket. I could, but I'm trying to be, you know, create something a little bit different. And so I wanted to have this extra module here at the top. This is sort of like a workplace where they work and everything, and then they have their place where they sleep, and then they have the place where they work in here too. So there's like 2 places where they'll work. I'm just pretending, of course. And then, so we're gonna have this sort of like L-shaped. This is gonna be off to the side like this instead. And so instead of putting this module directly underneath it as part of this rocket, which would make it a lot easier, we're gonna go ahead and dock them together in orbit. And that's just, to give ourselves a little bit extra. Let's take a look at our staging. It's always a very important part of this. And we have these 4 little engines. You might be wondering why there's these tiny little engines at the bottom, right? First off, they're supposed to be all staged together. So I don't know why they're... The staging group, it doesn't get saved between loads. In fact, it doesn't get saved even between... even if you don't reload the game, just say revert to VAB, and oftentimes your staging will be completely messed up if you have multiple crafts in the VAB. It's almost like it tries to do the staging, but it kind of loads that before it loads which craft to do. I don't know what it's doing, but in any case, every time I reload this, the staging gets messed up, so I have to check. But there's these tiny little engines in the bottom, right? And they're also facing up. You might be wondering, what in the world would you want tiny little engines facing retrograde? Facing up. Yeah. Facing retrograde. Why would we want tiny little engines facing retrograde? Who thinks they know why I want those? Come on, children. Who knows the answer to the quiz? Why would we want those? I'll give you a second to think about it, and then I'll answer it in a second. But first, I want to get my staging going. Although if I do my staging correctly, then it might give away the answer. So maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I don't want to do that. Extra crispy bacon is called burnt. No. No. There's no such thing as burnt bacon. No, there is. There is. Definitely is. Bacon jam is delicious. I haven't had bacon jam. That sounds like an interesting thing. Separation. So sort of. Separation is part of it, but it's not the whole story. Because separation's pretty easy to achieve by just having, the actual separator underneath this. We'll take care of the separation just fine. So that's something that will happen all on its own pretty well. To land, of course. No, we certainly wouldn't want retrograde engines to land. Definitely not. To slow the pocket. I don't know what that means, so no, not that. Docking? No, don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want those. This won't even be there when we go to dock. This part here won't even be attached. The docking part is taking place with this craft. This one's the one that's going to maneuver into position to dock with this one. So this one just gets into position. It doesn't need to maneuver once it's in position. And then this one here is going to be moving into that one. So we're launching this one first, basically. Auto deorbit after separation. There you go. Yes. I don't want any space junk. I don't want any space junk. So these little tiny engines are going to deorbit the rest of the stuff, because the station needs to be high enough, right? We need to have this thing high enough to actually have our station, which means I can't separate this, right? Normally, if you want to make sure that you don't have space junk and everything, normally what you would do is you could just separate it before your periapsis is outside the atmosphere, and then eventually that junk is going to deorbit anyway. But since we're going to be up high, if I separate this and get it ready for the station, this junk is going to be just chilling in orbit in the same area our station is, and I don't want that. So these little engines here are going to thrust retrograde and deorbit this, which is pretty good. I identify as space trash. Okay, good. So anyway, with that being said, we want this to be staged way up near the top, and obviously these stages are all really, really screwed up. So let me just really quick get rid of that. We got the we got these. We want those to be with that. There we go. We want this to be next after that. Yep, we have this thing here. There we go. You are going to be with that one. Very good. You two are together, and you're also with this. Okay. Then we have the clamp there. Good. Plus this. We want this. We want this firing first. So we're going to take the clamp and just put that afterwards. All right. So there's our staging. It's set up to where we will have all of this burning first, right? So the engine plus plus the boosters will fire. Then we release the clamps at the same time. In real life, you would want to wait a little bit, let your engines spool up before you release them, because the engines wouldn't have the full thrust capacity immediately upon igniting. That's not the case in KSP, at least not stock, so you can release it at the exact same time. Otherwise, you're just wasting DV if you don't do that. And then we have these. I have my doubts that these are going to separate as fast as I want them to. Supposedly, they have 8,000 kilonewtons of impulse on their ejection. From my experience, it's more like 80. So we'll see how separate they actually get, but I doubt it. And then we will, once we get to the altitude we like, right? Once we get up to where we want to be for our station, which I don't know, I'm thinking like maybe just like 125. 125K seems fine. I don't need to go any higher than that. I could go higher than that. It's just kind of wasting fuel. And I'm not entirely sure this one is going to be able to get where I want it to go. I'm not sure if it'll be able to get it to 200, but I'm pretty confident I can get it to 120 and also have the ability to maneuver it. It's very important not just to get to that altitude and circularize, but also to be able to change inclinations and set up your rendezvous and then slow down and then maneuver into position, right? So you have to have all those extra fuel resources. And this craft here is going to be solely on monopropellant. Actually, I think it almost is going to be... this will be used a little bit, but for the most part, it achieves its orbital goals and getting into orbit by using the monopropellant with these 3 engines here. And actually, there's 3 on each side, so it's 6. That's how this is going to achieve orbit. And then from that point on, the monopropellant is actually its primary engine. And it's just this little tiny bit here. So anyway, yeah. If somebody said fairings... Fairings are kind of, I want to say they're broken, but fairings they're just not great to deal with. I kind of wish the developers of this brand new game would have incorporated features from, 4 years ago from the mod community and just had auto fairings. Like, it would have been so much easier to just say, I want a fairing here, and then boom. Plus, fairings are not decouplers. They don't actually let go. They're just there underneath. So you need a decoupler above the fairing still, which is kind of sucky. Mr. Sante Massimo, welcome to the Hat House, my friend. How are you? Is monopropellant engines efficient? I mean, you can check a look at that if you like. I like them because they're a small form factor, and I don't need methane, and I don't need methalox. So, but if you want to take a look at monopropellant, these engines, all right? Here's your stats on them, if you want. So not really. 250 seconds is not bad. That's pretty average for orbital engines, anyway. We're only going to be using them in a vacuum, so 250 seconds is pretty good as far as their specific impulse goes. But they don't have a whole lot of thrust, right? We're not going to be... That craft has... What is it? 120 kilonewtons of thrust. It's not bad, but it doesn't need a lot because it's also not that heavy. And since there's very little fuel to worry about anyway, there it is. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a Xeon. Is a comparison, right? 250 seconds of vacuum ISP is a little bit worse, but not that much worse than what we would get with... Oh, I'm in the wrong section. Is what we would get with something like the Mammoth 2 or the Rhino, right? I mean, these are 325, 310 seconds in vacuum. Mainsail is 307. It's very specific. On its specific impulse is very specific. But sure. And then there are also some stock engines that aren't in the game. And the devs have actually addressed this in, they've been receiving tons of critique in their mixed reviews on Steam, which I really believe they could have avoided a lot of those mixed reviews by simply charging an early access price for an early access game, right? They charged a full completed AAA title game price for a game that's definitely not ready to be that way. So like the price definitely has a huge hit on their ratings at the moment. So they could have avoided that. But some of these engines that are in the old game are not in the game right now, and they may not actually come to the game because there's that new engine mounting system that they're doing instead, where they have, I actually forget where it is, engine mounts. They've got lots of these different engine mounts that allow you to mount many small engines next to each other, so you can kind of have your own assortment of engines. And so there really wasn't a reason to put some of those engines that kind of duplicated functionality in a way. In a way, you have this. Where is this? So see how this engine is, right? This engine is the new nuclear engine, right? And you know, it's got 5 engines, and they're kind of all right next to each other. There were a lot of engines in the stock KSP game that does this with liquid fuel oxygen, or I guess in this case it's now methylox. And those aren't in the game because you can mount the other engines that exist in a similar fashion using the engine mounts. I disagree with that decision, because in the end of the day it comes down to part count, right? And they've also specifically said that their game is having a problem with having many engines on your craft drawing from the same fuel source is causing a lot of lag. Well, if that's the case, and also part count is directly tied to frame rates, why not incorporate a single engine that has the 5 nozzles that we want? That's one part, only one engine drawing from one fuel source. But instead, you've given us an engine mount, which is a part, and then you've told us we can put 5 engines on it. So now you have multiple engines drawing from the same fuel source, and it's 6 parts now instead of 1. And so there's certain things they've done where I disagree with how they've gone about it, but maybe they'll fix it in the future. We'll see. Anyway, probably some people want me to launch this thing now. So let's see. The final thing I'll say about this craft is that there's nobody on it. It's being driven by a probe right here. This little probe core is how I'm going to fly it. And then there's like these little lights and stuff. I put these lights on there so that we could, have lights on our station. Because if it's really dark, you wouldn't want a ship to be coming in from this side and run into your solar panels. So we've got these little lights that are flashing as it goes too. So let's go in there. Let's go. I like it. See how it goes. Apparently I haven't gone through all those training things yet. All right, good. So here's our craft. In case anyone's wondering, I'm playing 4K, completely maxed out settings. Everything is as high up as it can go. Aside from anti-aliasing. I don't max out anti-aliasing because I'm in 4K. If you play in 4K, you can turn off anti-aliasing. There's enough pixels there to where you don't need to waste your CPU power on it. You're not going to see the edges much anyway. So when you see my frame rates, it's under that. And then also it's with a 3090. So again, it's not typical results that you might get, but it is what it is. For those of you who are new to the game, I do want to go through it. I get it. You can get it from other YouTubers, but I want to go through it just so you can see the changes. And I am going to talk about a lot of the changes, the goods and bads and stuff. That's part of the stream, is talking about some of the things I like and don't like. First and foremost, this little bit here is a little bit sloppy. I hope that they make it a little bit better. And you can kind of see by how it's made that it's not I don't think it's a finalized version. I think this is going to change. It's very sloppy, and ultimately a lot of times it doesn't even show you the delta V numbers. It'll show 0, for example. There's clearly going to be some, but I think this is going under the impression that the fuel will be completely out of these tanks by the time we decouple it, but it shouldn't be doing that because it's not decoupled yet. The engine tank, the tank is still very much part of the craft, so it shouldn't be doing that. But in any case, it's good that it does it because these engines are facing retrograde anyway. But I do hope that they change this interface just a little bit. Sometimes when you hit spacebar, it doesn't actually stage. You have to actually click the green button. Sometimes it does that. Over here on the left side, on the bottom left, I love this improvement. Pretty much everything down here, like I'm hovering my mouse. I'll even include the app bar too. Pretty much everything they've done to the flight UI and up here. I love almost all of these changes. The only thing I want them to change as part of it is that if I make time go back less than real time, it pauses the game. And I don't like that. Because if I'm speeding up time and then I'm like, you know, what's the thing we do, right? When we're going super fast, right? Super fast time acceleration and we're approaching our maneuver. What's the thing that we all do? We just slam slow down, right? We slam that comma key, I guess, and just like, we want to get going as slow as possible. Get it down to 1 time speed as fast as we can. And you'll end up pausing the game and then you have to come back. But that's because escape doesn't actually pause the game anymore. This can just keep going and you can interact with everything while the pause menu is up. And so that's the difference between it, is that this stuff is it's all going, and that's okay because you can we can whip over to the tracking station really quick while you're flying around, and then whip right back to your craft. So that's actually pretty cool that you can do that. They have a countdown now, which is awesome. I like it. We're going up. Now this craft is actually a little bit difficult to fly. It's not an easy thing. This is not an easy thing to fly. So I might mess it up a couple of times if I have to remember how to fly it. Because you don't want to get too aggressive because it will very quickly get out of control if you're too aggressive with it. At least until you get to a little bit past the halfway point out of the second section on this atmosphere gauge. And then you can be a little more aggressive. But before then, it's like meh. And we're gonna tell it to point prograde here. I think that will hopefully keep it in check. And then as we get up to, again, about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way, we're actually gonna go ahead and kill our main engine. We're gonna kill that and let the boosters take us the rest of the way at that point. But we don't want to do that yet because we need that gimbaling to keep stable right now. So right about now, I can start pulling back on my gimbaled engine. Oh, we're getting a little bit. Oh, come on. Don't you do it. Oh my God. See, you need that gimbal to stay stable. You need it because it's not a very well-built rocket. All right, we're gonna let the boosters take us the rest of the way. It's gonna push us way higher than I want it to be, unfortunately, but it's okay. We'll have to draw it back. All right, let's go ahead and use that 8,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Yeah. 8,000 kilonewtons, my ass. All right, it's good. So this is going to put us into a spin just because these things are going to tap my fins and put us into a spin. It's not really that big of a deal. The launch music's pretty sweet, but I have to believe it'll be annoying on the 100th time I launch. I don't think it will. I think it's great. They've done a really good job on the soundtrack in this, and I mean that by music, but I also definitely mean that by the soundscapes in what you interact with, from building in the VAB to especially the engine sounds. They've done a phenomenal job on engines, and I can't imagine there's any situation where I would ever play this game with the sound off, especially for the engines, because of how good of a job they've done on it. It's been actually pretty fantastic. So we are going up pretty high, but we're only going to 180, and I said I wanted to have it about 125, so maybe we'll split the difference kind of and say that we're gonna go to, I don't know, like let's say we go to 100 and I don't know, maybe 150. Maybe we can get our station at 150k. We want to go up closer to our apoapsis, and we can then make a maneuver. Now, I don't like how they've done maneuvers in the game. They've done it like stock KSP, but they had an opportunity to do it way better, and they've also kind of messed it up relative to stock KSP as well. And I'll tell you about that in a second. So I'm just going to pull this out until I go all the way around here. Get out of my way. All right, so we want to go as far as we can. There you go. You can do it today. Yeah. So you cannot see your periaps while you're making the maneuver. You can't even hover over it to see what it is. You have to deselect that and then hover over top of it. Really bad UI that way. They need to fix that. They had an opportunity to give us a really great experience with, let's point at the maneuver instead. They had an opportunity to give us a really great experience by incorporating a separate interface, just like the app bar. They could have given us an app that would allow us to manipulate maneuvers, like Precise Maneuver does with the mod, right? To have a separate UI there. They had that opportunity, and they didn't do it. The other thing I don't particularly like about how they've made maneuvers in the game, I understand why they did it. Oh, hang on. So part of the soundscape is that your Kerbals will announce when it's getting close to your maneuver. And so that just kind of reminded me that, hey, by the way, there's a maneuver coming. So I'm going to use the RCS thrusters here to just kind of get myself pointed towards where I need to be. There we go. And we're just going to let it have it. I'll probably start firing a little bit early, to be honest. SAS is really kind of bugged as well. There we go. So let's get ourselves started on getting into orbit. That was not a very efficient profile. I'll do a lot better on the second rocket, I promise. It wasn't very efficient in getting to orbit, but it is what it is. So it looks like we're going to burn for about a minute. We should have plenty of fuel left, which is good because we're going to want to circularize around 150K. Let's go ahead and extend our solar panels. We can do that with this button up at the top here, this little application tray. You don't have to click the individual panels and stuff anymore. You just click that tray, and it's basically like an action group, but it's automatically and by default available to you. So you don't have to use your action groups to do that. But you see there's way more solar panels than we'll ever need. I also have installed some communication equipment on this. So I'm going to go ahead and extend that as well. There we go. Got a big old like dish. I don't want this to be red. It's not red. They're yellow lights, but because they're... Oh, hang on. I want to make sure I'm not going crazy here. All right, so we're going to bring our periaps to... Let's bring our periaps where it needs to be. So that's going to be around 100 and... Let's say like 125 is fine. Now, we're going to go up to 207. We're going to have to bring ourselves back anyway. But let's just actually just stop right here. Because I feel like this is already pointing the direction we want to point. Yeah. So this stuff deorbited. Right? It's gonna crash down. We're going to make sure we don't have any space junk. It's clinically proven that if you smash the like button... I cringe when people say smash the like button. But that's because I'm 35 and I just don't get along well with kids. Anyway, oh, there's 69 likes? Okay, in that case, nobody hit the like button. We don't want to ruin it. I'm kidding. Let's get to 690 likes. Then it's all good. There we go. The dev mentioned when multiplayer is coming, way in the future. You're probably not going to get it until 2024. If I had to guess, because of the complexities of it, I wouldn't expect... part of the thing I think that is making people less than satisfied with Kerbal Space Program 2 at the moment is just that their expectations were way too high. And then I don't necessarily think that's the devs' fault. I mean, they certainly hyped it, but I think what the devs did wrong is they hyped the game by having almost all of their marketing materials include footage that's not only pre-rendered, so you see it, as really fast frame rates, but it's showing functionality that does not exist and will not exist for a long time, right? The overwhelming majority of the big draw in their marketing has been showing things that are not currently in the game. And I think that's, obviously that's what you want to do. You want to show people the best parts of what your product is when you're marketing it. But at the same time, if you don't give an accurate representation of what it's going to be like, you're going to get this kind of response. You're going to get people saying, hey, this isn't ready. And, there's a case to be made there. There is. I mean, I disagree with the fact that it's not ready for early access. I definitely think it's ready for early access because I think there's easily that much fun that can be had in the game. But yeah, it's I can understand their position. I'm also not pointing retrograde like I want to, which is a problem. And this is getting out of control, man. I'm going to cheat it a little bit by utilizing time warp. If you've never played KSP before, if you're in space, if you use time acceleration, it will stop your rotation. It will kill all of your rotation. So if you're going way too fast and you don't want to like overshoot something, you can just time accelerate really quickly and it will stop your rotation. And then you don't have to fight against it. It'll save you fuel. It's not really a cheat, but yeah, it's kind of a cheat. Kind of a life hack. But yeah, I like the idea of the game being in early access at this stage, because why put a ton of time and effort into really truly developing certain parts of this game if the community is going to want it a different way, right? If it's clear the community is going to want it a different way, you didn't waste all your time putting tons of time into developing something. The development process is hard enough without having to deal with fighting against a community. But if that community wants things different than you've already put, countless hours into, like, you want to know that before you do it. So I like it. Larian is a great example of early access. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, which I'm totally playing. I don't know if I'm going to have the partner I plan to have. I don't know if Robo's going to be ready for that or wanting to do it. I haven't heard back from him yet. He's a really busy guy now, so I don't know if he'll be able to play it with me, but I'm totally going to play that co-op with somebody. We'll figure it out. We will. All right, so we're pretty much, it's 125.8 and 124.9. We're close to Apo, so I don't want to go back anymore. I suppose I could. Yeah, no, we're fine. This is fine. So this is going to be our orbit for our station. And so what we want to do, right, is we want to deorbit this part, right? So the first step in deorbiting this is to shut off this engine, because if I stage this into these engines, then they're going to throttle up just the same as this does, okay? So I want to make sure that I don't throttle up by deactivating the Rhino. So the Rhino is off now, all right? Now I can go ahead and stage. And that's going to allow, pretty sure you're staged already. That's going to allow these things to exist and to run. So now I can go like this. And then stage it. And now those engines will continue to fire in a retrograde direction. Oh, wait, that's prograde. Well, in a prograde direction, they will continue to fire in a prograde direction. So they're not going to be deorbited. Not at all. Instead, they'll be in a really high orbit. Great. So I did the opposite of what I wanted to do, but that was the idea, is to deorbit it. It's just that my craft is facing retrograde at the moment, so that didn't work at all. All right, well, bye. Bye, engines. Have fun being permanently in space. Just maybe they'll leave. Maybe they're going to have enough... oh, where is it? Enough thrust to get out of Kerbin's sphere of influence? You think? It's still rising, right? Is it still going up? Well, in any case, it's going to put a lot less risk on our station, at the very least. We'll see where that stuff goes. It might actually have stopped there, so that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Okay, fine, whatever. Let's go to the day side. And so now we have the first module of our station kind of, in orbit. There it is. First module of the station. Ah, see? There it goes. Somehow the trash is doing this now. It must have got curved. It must not have been, I don't know. That's weird. Now the trash is doing this. That's perfect. You know what it probably was? Time acceleration with this craft, but this one was accelerating on rails, and it probably just messed up entirely. I have no idea. I don't know how that happens. That's impossible, but cool. It's fine with me. That's gonna be space. That's gonna deorbit now. That's good. So what we want to do now is just sort of get this to where it is in a stable orientation. And we're going to want to rotate it so that it will face the sun. So let's just kind of get the panels to have a really good look at the sun. There it is. Soak in the rays. There you go, panels. Soak in the rays. Definitely good enough. Okay. So that's our station. That's the first module of our station, right? It looks pretty cool. It's got this thing we can dock to. We've got communications equipment, like I said. Should be another one on this side. Yep. Right here, just go ahead and activate that too. And there's sounds on everything. I know you can't hear it very well. I guess one thing I could do maybe is go into settings and then change the music level to come down. I know music is cool, but I can bring the music level down, and that should give us... It should give us, you know, better sound on everything else, I think. Maybe bring the voiceover level down a little bit, too. Now, I like the Kerbal's talking, though, so never mind. UI sounds can probably go down a little bit, right? Kerbal IVA. Oh, well, we don't have Kerbals on board this yet, but we will. On the next module, we're going to send up, I think, 4. What I want to do on the next module. But I also don't want this to be red. But I love how they've incorporated the ability to like change colors and everything on things. So these lights, for example, they're also a little bit too bright. These lights, if I was to specifically select these, you can adjust this, you know, the RGB for this, and then also have different controls where you can enable blinking. And that's what I've done on all these. I've enabled blinking. But I don't want these to be quite as bright. And so I can bring down the red. I also want them to be more yellow like the other lights. So if I look at the other lights, there's another light right here. That's pretty much the same color. It's close enough. There we go. I've also got spotlights on this as well. And there's 4 spotlights here. And the purpose of those is to just simply illuminate down near the docking ports, so that if it's dark and we're trying to dock to it, we can see these ports. We don't have any right here, but that's okay. Hopefully we'll have lights. It would have been cool to incorporate a light, like maybe a ring light on the docking ports themselves. That way that they already have some illumination if you're trying to dock in the dark. And then the final bit of lighting that I've installed on this is on the door. So again, if we're going to be in the dark side, which I can just let's zoom ahead really quick to get to the dark side, so you can kind of see how these lights are working. Showing lights off while it's the day is obviously not the best way to go about it. So let's get to the dark side of Kerbin. There we go. All right, so these lights here, if I enable them, there's just these little green lights. There should be 2 of them. Wrong one. I think there's one on the inside here too. I accidentally clicked in, so there's a wasted light on the interior there, unfortunately. But now there's a green LED strip that's near the door. So if it's dark, there's just this extra little bit that you can see that people can you know, go in there and get. Charlie, is the internet good today? So far, so good. But man, I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, so far, so good. Caitlin, thank you for upgrading the membership to the Hat House. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Copper Spikes, welcome in. Good to see you. Is this a space station? Indeed it is. Yes, it is. I don't know what you mean by offline. I'm definitely not offline. Satisfactory is in early access. Yeah, and Satisfactory was very bare bones when it first launched in early access, and it's got loads more stuff in it now, right? Stuff always gets better over time. You just have to give it that time. So anyway, there we go. Station module's in place. All things good. We have our solar. Everything's good. So the next thing I want to do, we're going to switch back to the vehicle assembly building now. Very, very fast to get around and to go the places you want to go. Super fast. The default name for all crafts is like automatically a tribute to Scott Manley. Yes, just the way it is. So he's like permanently in the game now. It's Fly Safe is your default vehicle name all the time. You can of course create a new vehicle or whatever, but I can also load the PISS. If you guys followed the Conquering KSP series, you know, right? You know. And this is the autosave for it, so I'll just go ahead and load that workspace. So now we have all of our crafts, same as we did before, but now if I want to launch this one, I just select this one as the main, And now this will be the craft that will launch. Okay? You don't have to delete different parts. You just have the one you want. Now, again, people have mentioned about frame rates and all the things like that. That's absolutely a problem right now, and they absolutely should be addressing that as soon as possible. They should make, I get it. I'm not a developer, so I don't know the process, but they really seriously should make performance, wherever these little glitches are that are causing massive frame rate drops, they should absolutely be making this a huge priority, because at the moment, right now, in this VAB, I'm getting less than 20 FPS. That should never happen. There's no physics to load here. That should never happen, but yet it is. So they should be making that a top priority, in my opinion. This is another module. We have people that are going to be on board this, and I don't need this anymore. This is my satellite dish. I don't need that on this because I've decided to make it on that part. So fine. So this is the craft we're going to launch this time. Let's go into our Kerbal manager. We're going to have Bill, Valentina, and Bob on this. Jeb's got something else he's going to do. Okay. Jeb's got somewhere else to be. All right. So these guys are all in the MK35 Cockatoo. We can then move them into the Wayfarer crew cabin afterwards. But yeah. So this is our next one. I think this one is a lot less tricky to fly. So I shouldn't have a problem with that. The same sort of arrangement, though, with the engines to deorbit it exists. Whether I'll need to use them or not, I don't remember. Because I don't think I've actually test flown this one. I've used large stabilizers on this one because it was already difficult to fly and I needed to. But I've upgraded the stabilizers on this too. Originally, I used smaller ones. But I decided to use the bigger ones here because it's a relatively short rocket. And really short rockets, it's kind of hard to get that balance with their center of mass and how it moves up the craft. It's very easy. It's almost like if you were to drive a really fast car. If you ever wondered why drag strip cars, or drag racers, whatever you want to call them, why they're very long in the front, right? They're not short little vehicles. They're very long. It's because the faster you go with that, it becomes a lot more difficult to keep it going straight when it's a short vehicle. You need that length to help you keep that stable. And since this is a really short rocket, it's not gonna. It's gonna be harder to control if I don't do that. So I've got bigger stabilizers on it. I think that's kind of it. You can see the center of mass here. And for newer players, center of mass is very important with your rocket. You do want this to be near the lower part of your rocket. As you burn off fuel, of course, these tanks are going to start getting empty, which means the weight, the mass of this is going to start being reduced near the bottom because the fuel is gone, and so your center of mass will be lifted up. It's going to be rising as it goes. I've also going to need to maneuver this craft in orbit. So we've got RCS thrusters, not just as the engines, but we've also got these RCS thrusters here, and I've aligned these. If I was to remove the stack decoupler really quick, I've aligned these with the center of mass, which is going to allow me hopefully to have better control. That said, though, I'm not convinced that 4 of these little tiny thrusters are going to be enough to do what I want to do, but this is space, and I have the time to move the thing around and get things in position. I don't need to go super fast with it, so I'm hoping it's enough, but I don't know that it's enough. Put this back. All right, so staging, we need to fix that. This also has those little engines at the bottom. Whether I'll need to use them or not, I don't know. We'll see. But all these little engines need to be grouped together. So take my 20 FPS that I'm getting and just try to group all these together real quick. We'll send this stage up to the top. We got the big engine. Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, wrong way. Here we go. They have the same icon, so it's a little hard to tell which one's which. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so that one. These are the monoprop engines at the top. So those need to be all together. I don't particularly like the icon for them. They need to be all together. These two should be together, and then on the bottom stage, the boosters need to be on the bottom stage. You see like what I mean? Like they need to get this part sorted for staging, because when you reload your crafts, all your staging is gone. Here we go. Manage that. Okay, so the engines are going to fire, all of them. Then we decouple the boosters. Then we decouple this part, which, if we're going to do that, then we want these engines to be on there as well. So kind of together, we decouple these things together. And we face the craft prograde when we do, so that it goes retrograde when we, yeah, that's how that should go. Yeah, exactly. All these should get together. There we go. And then we clearly have more engines than I thought. We have 6 little monoprop engines. There we go. All right, so the staging on that is done. All that nonsense is taken care of now. Hello, Bluesy. How are you? Charlie, what are your thoughts about them saying that they may not be... What are your thoughts about them saying that there may not be a cash career mode, just a science mode? I'm okay with it. I like a career mode, don't get me wrong, but I'm okay with them just doing a science mode. And in fact, I know there's a risk of saying this, but it is what it is. I actually think it would be significantly easier for me to reboot and sort of revamp the KSP community career in Kerbal Space Program 2 using science mode. I think it'll be a lot easier to do it here. 1, because multiplayer exists, so competition can exist. But 2, we're not worried about money in game. And not being worried about money in game means I don't need to worry about presenting contracts and who's getting paid what, and I don't need to worry about all that stuff, which will greatly speed up my ability to produce content for it. And because I can partner with other space agencies, I don't even have to be the one that necessarily launches everything. So I can present like, hey, by the way, this was launched by another agency, and they can send me footage if they want to of that really quick so I can show it, etc. It can speed things up a little bit too. So I don't particularly care so much about the lack of a career mode. I will say this though. Without incorporating a cash career mode, I find there's going to be a little bit less value, intrinsic value. There's like always going to be extrinsic value with how the player likes this thing, right? But I think there's going to be a lot less intrinsic value in the prospect of having multiple colonies that are managed by multiple players that are engaged in trade or any type of like interstellar commerce, if you will, within various different colonies. They've already stated that colonies will be able to have automated tasks and set up trade routes with other colonies, and that you will be able to do this, again, this is their wish anyway, you will be able to do this without having to be online at the same time. And so you can engage with trade. So if I'm mining some asteroid over there and I'm getting, let's say, iron, I'm just throwing out random resources, and I'm getting something like iron, they will be able to trade me for that. And I'm going to rename this to HAB Module real quick. There we go. And then launch. They'll be able to do that without me being online. And I think there'll be less value in doing that if there's no cash incentive, because you're not going to let me trade science for that. So I don't know how it's working. It could be one of those things where it's like, you know, I want to set up a new colony on like a system that's really far away, and I'm just having a hard time getting silicon or something. And you over there, you've got lots of iron. You got lots of silicon, but not a lot of iron. I got a lot of iron, not a lot of silicon. How about we trade? And then now I have it without having to go out and do my own thing. I don't know how that works. It would be a lot better, I think, if there was some sort of cash incentive with it. And if there's no career mode, I don't see a reason to have cash incentives. Cash incentives also really incentivize people to. There's another element to, you know, having a career mode, or at least cash as part of the game, and it incentivizes players to be more efficient with their builds. So that's another thing that I think is potentially, you know, we're missing out on, I guess, and that is the idea of being more efficient. See, look, that The space garbage. It got deorbited. Yay. Should I launch at night? I don't want to launch at night. I think we're going to sit here and wait till the day. Yeah, one more orbit and we're good. Right about there-ish. We're going to have a different ascent profile with this one, so it might be a little harder to... I think we'll try it there. It's got a slightly different flight pattern on this one, so we'll see. Okay, I think we're lined up pretty good. We're where we want to be with the station. Launch window is unknown, but I do like how there's this big old spotlight on the craft if we're launching at night. I think that's awesome. Making sure our staging is good here. Seems good. Yep, okay, here we go. Just hope that we'll given mission ideas by the game. That was why I typically played career mode. Oh yeah, sure. All right, same thing as before. We don't want to be super aggressive with it, but we do want to start turning over before 1,000 with this. Otherwise, it's going to get really squirrely. Although it may not anymore. Now that I've got these bigger stabilizers on it, I may not need to worry about that as much. We'll see. I am gonna slowly turn this. SAS doing that typical overcorrection thing that it loves to do. Come on. I think we'll stay about 45 degrees at the moment. Then we're going to really slam it. When it gets up to the halfway point on that atmosphere, we're going to slam it. It's really trying to go back. You can't see it, but it really wants to overturn right now. I'm fighting it to overturn. Now we're good. Okay, we can start turning a little more aggressively now. Get rid of the boosters. Okay. Here we go. And let's just slam her home. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, these extra stabilizers are helping quite a bit. All right, facing mostly towards the horizon. Much more efficient than the last craft. Maybe not perfect, but definitely more efficient than it was before. I want to be like right on the horizon, man. They just did such a good job on the sounds for engines. And the looks of them too. They're pretty good on the looks as well. I appreciate... I've always been somebody who appreciates a good look. Appreciates good looks. I mean, who doesn't appreciate good looks? I mean, come on. Here we go. Really ramp it up. Still over 1,200 meters per second of DV in the stage, so we're definitely good here. We want to get up to about 125, right? Is that what it was? So there we go. That's 126. That's fine. And I want to set this as the target. So this is going to tell us where our approach is on this. And so you can see how we're going to be at our stage. This is how you read this. Pause. So the kind of things have kind of changed a little bit in how it looks, right? So how you read this is that at the first intercept, which is I1, at the first time in which we are going to be, intercept, I am going to be here, and my target is going, which is the target indicator here, that little symbol. Actually, zooming in on it doesn't make it any bigger, does it? So never mind. The target will be here. Okay, so I'm going to be ahead of my target, which is okay. I'm also going to be higher than my target, and so my target will eventually catch up to me as well. But I want to be as close as possible. So like lining up where your target is relative to where you are when you launch. So you kind of want it to be, we should have waited a little bit, right, to let it get a little bit closer. But ultimately, this is still going to be fine. And so what we can do is we'll set up with some sort of maneuver to, I mean, not some sort of maneuver. It's going to be just basically pointing prograde. We're going to try to circularize ourselves just above our target and then bring ourselves back down. So our target is going to slowly approach us, and we won't have to approach it. And that's going to allow us to save a little bit on fuel there too, I think. Question, what happened to the Jool plan from yesterday? Did I miss it by sleeping in a bit? No, we're going to do that after the station. I had two plans. Or I had two plans for yesterday that I wanted to do. Then I had a plan for today too, but that's not going to happen. But I had two plans for yesterday. One was going to Jool, and the other was building a station in orbit and getting docked. Just because I think that those two things really will demonstrate the different tools that are available in the game really well. It kind of shows everything that's on offer as far as the experience of playing the game goes. And so those are the two things I wanted to demonstrate and wanted to show. But today, you know, I happened to show my plans for the station on screen because I wanted to load the VAB. When you load the VAB, the last thing you are building is what loads. And so since I already showed what I was working, I showed my hand. So we'll do this first. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Now I could adjust this right now if I wanted to. I could burn a certain bit to maybe get myself to be up a little higher and intercept a little quicker. I absolutely could do that, but I don't particularly care. It's going to be fine. We're going to go up a little higher anyway. I think it's going to be okay. So we're just going to get ourselves right through over to about here. We're at 102. And again, you can see I'm going to be here. This is our closest point. At this point is as close as we're ever going to get to each other. And my target will be here and I will be here, which is completely fine with me. So if I was to burn towards prograde right now, I do need to wait for the craft to orient itself to do that. I like the new skybox too. It's a lot more tame. There's still some cool colors, but I like the skybox. I think they've done a good job with just like showing us the darkness of space while also giving us that magic and wonder of nebulas in the distance. It's a good mixture. Some of the skyboxes on mod pack skyboxes are just, they're a little bit over the top. All right, we don't need to be perfect on apoapsis here, so I can start burning just a little bit here. I don't want to raise my apoapsis too far. So going to slow burn is fine. I think this also might, relative to target. That's that target again? No. Oh, we just don't have another encounter yet. That's fine. This isn't really the most efficient way to do this. And I do have 1,000 meters per second left, so I probably should. And the thing is, I have 1,000 meters per second left, but I need to burn some fuel, right? In order to actually deorbit this, I need to burn fuel. So I want to get as close as I can to where I need to be. Excuse me. That's why I'm going up. I think 126 is a really good place to go here, though. I was actually kind of hoping to see the station. Really gentle, quiet and gentle music, isn't it? All right, we're 3 seconds away from the tipping point here, so I'll just blast it. All right, so we're a little higher than I wanted to be. 134 is the apo, but we're consistently higher than our target, which is good, because that means our target will consistently approach us now. And so you can see we have 2 different intercept points in which we'll be pretty close to our target at this point. We're going to be here, target's here, but by the time we get over to this side, we're very close to target. That's pretty good. We are going to want to bring down our apoapsis a little bit. So I think at parry, what we'll do is we're going to try to burn retrograde here at parry. And again, I really want them to redo this UI. I don't want them to just regurgitate what we had in KSP1. This maneuver tool, in my opinion, this maneuver tool was never good in KSP1. I never liked the way it was. I've always wanted a separate interface for it, and that's what I loved about Precise Maneuver as far as that mod goes. I loved Precise Maneuver because of that. So this is going to change apoapsis to 125, right? Is that what that's doing? It's got to be that, right? It can't be this. This is what it is now. Yeah, I think this is what it is now. So this is what it will be. And right now that's going to change it to 125. I'm going to go just a little bit more. 125.9. And... Alright, what the heck? Now there's 3 different APs. Why? Hold on. Okay, so you're showing my target periapse, but you're not making any distinction as to which one of these points is which. So again, the interface is bad in the map. They really need to hone in on this. Like, there is no chance, like, without knowing exactly what happened and without having this, I guess I could always reference this, but there is no distinction between, you know, what the apoapse is between my craft and theirs. It's not even on the hover will it show you the difference in what the craft name is. Then they're just going to give you 2 PE marks. And so it's not a very good way to do it, in my opinion. That said, though, I can see the actual numbers, so I know that the AP that has 134 is my current craft, which means this one, right? Which means this is my PE. So I was going to burn on the other craft's PE, and that's the reason why it was going to change it up and make it bad. So I need to actually burn on mine, and that's over here. Nope, sorry, it's over here. See, and I actually want to burn on my periapse, since the target is getting closer to us anyway, right? It's still getting closer to us. So if I time accelerate around, you can see the target behind me. And it's going to start catching up to me because it's lower. It has a faster relative velocity around the planet. So it will catch up to me and eventually pass me if I don't do something about it. But I'm going to do something about it now. So we're going to switch back to retrograde here. We're going to keep using this stage until we get things really finalized, and then we'll go ahead and eject it. That way we can use the monoprop engines exclusively at that point. But now we're going to be this close together, which is pretty good. I could go around one more time. We are going to be closer even over here. It doesn't look like it's going to pass me yet. There might be value in going around one more time. Just so we don't have to wait that extra orbit. But honestly, it's not that big of a deal to wait one more orbit. Especially in this game when you can time accelerate. My Kerbals won't care. They like space. Yeah, we're docking. We're building a space station really quick. It's kind of a no thought. I don't want to say it's a no thought station, but it's kind of a no thought station. In the event that you know, we don't really have a whole lot of modules, right? So this is the second part of the station. We're going to rendezvous with the first part, which is much more developed as far as the space station goes. And I'm not on my periapse yet. We're going to be very soon, but I'm not on my periapse yet. So we have the timers down here. Shows you how long until I reach my periapsis. And the goal right now is to lower apo to be like 127-ish. You know, maybe 128, just to get it a little bit lower before I get rid of this stage. This should be fine. This is close enough, I think. Let's get ourselves pointed in the right direction here. And then we're just gonna lower things a little bit here. That's good. You know, it's 126 is around is fine. That's okay with me. It would probably benefit me to have at least one point of my orbit to be pretty much spot on with the target. But again, I want it to catch up to me, so this is fine. All right, we want to point prograde to get rid of this. We want to get rid of this. We want to deorbit this. So we're not going to mess up like we did the first one. We're going to point our ship prograde. We're going to shut off the engine. The Rhino needs to be off for this. Otherwise, when I decide to decouple it, it's going to well, it's going to fire and then I'll end up shooting the other way. Okay, so we're going to stage. And actually, I think I'd rather stage the engines first. Yeah, I want to stage the engines first. Maybe I should just... I don't know if this is actually going to work the way I want it to work. Yeah, I'm gonna do this manually. So we have all these little twitch engines, right? So we'll just activate them. Now they're on, ready to rock. And then all we're gonna do is throttle up and then stage. So the problem is I don't know if this is the active stage or this is. I can't tell. Oh well. Just throttle up. There it goes. Perfect. So that should deorbit this. We should see that go into Kerbin now, because it's going to use the remainder of that fuel. I kind of want to see it. Can I see it? Can I switch to that craft? Actually don't know how. The traditional buttons to switch to craft are not working, so it must be a different switch. I thought it was this, but maybe there's no object cycling. I actually don't know what that does, actually. I thought that what that did is cycle between these two things. But either way, we should see it on the... we should see it here. That gray line. Yeah, that gray line is falling into the atmosphere. That's totally going to get deorbited. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Unless they don't model the atmosphere with deorbiting. But I feel like they will. So we got rid of the space junk. Okay, good. So the last thing then is we have these, right? Now they're not active yet, these puffs. And I could stage them and make them active. So if I went to do that, now these are active. And they're ready to go. So if I wanted to burn now, I just throttle up, and then we'll use monopropellant on the side radial engines to actually push ourselves around and get ourselves where we want to be. So let's check out and see where we're at. Our target is very slowly approaching us, but eventually we're going to get pretty close over here. Let's just go ahead and time accelerate real quick. See what this is doing? See that? Time acceleration is messing with that debris. You can see it in real time how the debris is just getting its orbit completely screwed. It's gonna start being retrograde. Oh, totally broken. We definitely couldn't use this to our advantage for any particular purpose in the future. That's really stupid. Yeah. And now it's just gonna go straight up and straight down. Oh, you guys, that's a bug. All right. Anyone want to call intercept? I think I found a bug. Let's go around a little bit here. Now this is taking a while because I'm barely above my target, but what it means is I have tons more monopropellant to manipulate than I would otherwise have. All right, let's make sure we're not passing by here. Closest approach. We don't have any information, do we? Right here, distance from target. Okay, so we're still 78 kilometers away from the target here. Relative speed is 241 meters per second. Okay, so we still have a long way to go here to actually meet up. Again, I could have done this a lot more efficiently without having to go all the way around, but I really genuinely didn't know how much or how good it was going to be to... Oh, wait, why am I getting farther away? Hold on, why am I getting farther away? Oh, that's not true. Oh, it wasn't updating. Okay, 34 kilometers, that's better. This one's 21 kilometers. Yeah, okay, we're getting there. I'm not sure why that was showing the incorrect numbers, but it was. Now we're getting way closer. So now when we get, we're gonna be just 12 kilometers away. So probably we'll end up docking with it over here on this side. So our target's getting a lot closer to us now. So we'll pass by that. And we should see the distance to target be well under 10K. All right, let's see what the distance is now on this. 3K. We can make that work. That's awesome. So this is where we're going to plan to make our intercept and rendezvous with our station. It's going to be right here, and it's only 60 meters per second, right? So I've got 518, right? I don't have a whole lot to work with here, so I need to be able to slow down and approach this with only the engines I have, and also keeping in mind that my docking procedures with my RCS is using the same fuel. So when I'm maneuvering to get myself docked, I have to dip into this fuel too. So that's why I wanted to do this slower and just let it kind of come to me rather than trying to like get in there quicker. Just because I'm curious. Yeah, this is further away. So the best time to approach is going to be over here for sure. It's going to be definitely right over here. So what we want to do is we're going to let ourselves come over here. Looks like the station is already kind of getting close to us. All right, and what we want to do now is switch to target mode. And then we're going to face, we're going to want target retrograde. So there's the science module. It's right over there. We're going to face target retrograde. This is going to help to kill our relative velocity to the target. That's the goal. We want to make it basically 0 so that we can approach it. We don't have a whole lot of time to do that, but that's the goal. Okay, so proceed. Right around here is probably a pretty good point to do this. All right, so we're going to go ahead and fire our engines here. Let's bring our target velocity to 0. There we go. Pretty close to 0. We're going to face target now. SAS doing typical SAS things. We're going to burn towards target so that we approach the target. We can do this at I don't know, maybe this is probably fine. Now, there's no indication, as far as I can tell, as to how close we're going to get to this target. It's really difficult to figure that out. You have to come to the map and see this. I really want them to change this UI so that you show me that information as I'm flying. So right now I'm going to get less than 1 kilometer away. That's not close enough for me. I want to be even closer to it. So we're going to burn just a little bit faster. And we'll come back to the map and we'll see that it's now 500 meters. I think that's probably pretty good for now as a first approach. So we'll go ahead and go to target retrograde again. Prepare to kill our velocity. What are your thoughts on early access so far, Charlie? I think the game is appropriate for an early access title to start. I think that... Wait, hold on. What in the heck? What are you burning fuel for? Oh my gosh, no. No. Torque authority, RCS thrusters, no. So the cockpit is trying to stabilize itself with RCS. Don't do that. I need that fuel, please. All right. Just my RCS thrusters that I've installed only. Thank you. If this isn't on, I don't want you doing that. Use your damn reaction wheel. Anyway, I think it's appropriate for an early access title. I think it's at a state where it needs to be to start getting a mass user feedback. But that being said, they really screwed up on pricing. And I think I don't think they necessarily screwed up on communication. They gave exactly what they said they were going to give for early access. I mean, the roadmap is pretty damn clear. However, there's just some bugs that need to be worked out in terms of efficiency and sort of like how the game handles engines to improve frame rates. Like I'm getting 28 frames per second right now, right? And I got quite a few parts loaded in physics range. and I'm playing 4K, maxed out graphics and all that stuff. So like, it's not that big of a deal to have it at 28 FPS. But I feel like the marketing on this was like all about, hey, you can do, you know, bigger crafts with much better frame rates compared to the last game. It just, at the moment, doesn't seem like it's all that true, you know? I feel like that was maybe a little bit miscommunicated compared to what it should have been. That's all I'm saying. I'm also a little bit... I actually don't know what I'm going to do in terms of docking here. Because as far as I'm aware, I don't think that there is a way to control from here, quote unquote. I don't think there's a way for me to actually control... Oh, I can. Okay, they didn't have this before. That exists now. Okay, good. Like 2 weeks ago, I didn't see that button. So I was a little bit like, man, how am I going to control it from the docking port? But you totally can now, so that's fine. 400 meters to target. Just lack of content also. I don't think it has a lack of content. I disagree with that sentiment. I disagree with it because the overwhelming majority of the content that it lacks is already very early on its roadmap. I mean, the only thing that it lacks content-wise from the original KSP is Science Collection. Colonies weren't a thing in stock KSP. All the other parts that it had, like, it doesn't need all those wings because everything's procedural now. I disagree with their reasons behind not having some of the engines that they have because of part count, but ultimately I understand where they're going with it. And as far as scaling out the parts, you know, it's kind of whatever. But Science Collection is really the only thing that's missing. I mean, aside from career mode, but career mode in the original game wasn't even going to be a thing. They made that after user feedback. And I hope that they consider doing it here too, but yeah, ultimately I disagree with the whole idea that there's a lack of content here. You can really do whatever you want. You can explore, you know, this is your, how to word this. This is another one of those games where you get out of it what you put into it. Right? That's what Kerbal Space Program has always been. You get out of it what you put into it. You don't need them to tell you what you're supposed to do in the Kerbal Space Program. You don't need them to tell you where to go and in what order to do things. It's your sandbox. Manipulate how you want, right? That's where I ultimately that's where I sit on this scale anyway. So I need to get myself to be on, I think I'm going to go the underside here. Yeah, I think I'm going to go the underside. So we're going to point down just a little bit more. And just try to approach, really slowly, approach from the underside here. Moreover than science, just honestly the fact that the game, if you are on a low PC like me, doesn't run that well at all. Right, well the running part is that's the thing that's known. It's being addressed. It's alpha, or it's beta, I suppose. But it's like these are things that'll get worked out, right? From a game development perspective, and I'm not a game developer, so maybe I'm wrong on this, but from a game development perspective, you want to make sure that everything is kind of feature complete before you start optimizing. It's always better to be feature complete and then start optimizing. Let's go ahead and face target prograde, please. I want to target that docking port. Can I do that? That is target. There we go. Okay. So now we get into the part where the UI for docking. Right, we have to deal with the UI for docking. So we're going to... I've never docked in this game yet, so I'm very used to having like the docking kind of the system sort of done for me, if you will. And not done for me, but like having that separate interface, that docking alignment indicator and all that. Like I'm so spoiled by having those mods that doing this without those mods is going to be a challenge. And I have to figure out kind of what orientation this thing is in relative to. Let's rotate a little bit here. Be like this. There we go. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go... Oh my god, SAS, stop it. All right, I have to shut SAS off on this. There's just no way I could do this with it. Okay, I need to figure out which direction this thing wants to go. They don't seem to be doing what I want them to do. That's a real big problem. The RCS thrusters are not doing what I want them to do. They don't act the way they're supposed to act. That's going to be a very big problem. Oh, goodness. I mean, I think they're just not lined up correctly. Maybe I didn't build it correctly to line them up correctly. But they don't actually do what I want them to do. So we're going to point at target. And let's get a little closer to it. Might have to brute force this. I know that's what we love to hear. Brute forcing. We're nowhere near lined up. That's okay. We'll fix it. I think we will. We're going towards the solar panels. Not the best reality to be in. Oh dear. And the goddamn SAS, stop it! No, what are you doing? I want to go that way. No, why are you doing this? Stop it! SAS! Off! God damn it, SAS. You suck so bad. They really need to fix it. It's like it overcorrects everything and it spazzes out and it sucks. All right, here we go. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. We're gonna brute force it. Oh, just a tiny love tap, please. Nope, nope, no. That is not what we wanted to do. We've now introduced a roll. Can I make sure you're locking position? Thank you. Good. All right, you are locking. The station is trying to keep itself oriented. That's good. Okay. Oh, it's the other direction. Shit. Here we go. Oh, yep. Magnets! Magnets, I say! That was a really strong magnet. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of ridiculous. That was kind of ridiculous, and the magnets for that. No thanks. Also, it's trying to wiggle itself apart. It's wiggling. I don't know why. There is no SAS at all. Don't you dare. Here, let's get to the light side so I can see it. That was a really bad docking maneuver. It worked. It did work. Everything went according to plan. But it's still wiggling. And SAS is off. In fact, yeah, like there's nothing. Yeah, whatever. But there it is. Done. We've now docked. Now, the one thing I wanted to test, right? Because there is no central module here, or central node or whatever, that allows Kerbals to transfer through it. Since that doesn't exist, as far as a part goes right now, I'm wondering if it will allow me to transfer Kerbals. So we have in the cockatoo here. And if I wanted to put you combined 13. No, I can't. It doesn't count as a location that I can occupy. Interesting. Also, when I designed this, I wanted to put the doors together, so I should have actually put this module on this side here, should be docked here. So the same orientation, but rotate it 90 degrees, I guess, and put it here is where I wanted it to be when I was thinking about like how I wanted this to be built. So I did dock to the wrong one. It's supposed to be this one. But, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so let's do the thing. Val, will you do the honors? No, Bob needs to go. Val gets the honors. Val gets the honors. Okay, so again, there's no science collection, but I mean, no science collection, but look at it. It's beautiful. And because there's no science collection right now, and like a lot of that stuff's not in the game, everybody has the same job too. They're just Kerbals. They're not engineers or scientists or pilots. They're just Kerbals. So we really don't have a scientist. You know, it doesn't matter what Bob wants. Bob will fly things if he needs to. You must ask the Chinese for their robotic arm. Oh yeah, I want robotic parts on this too, which again, this kind of stuff is coming. It's just gonna take a while, and it's okay with me. There's no reason to be mad at a game. There's no reason to be pissed off about a game, you know? And if it's like not working for you, then refund it and then buy it later, you know? Whatever. Don't be mad about it. Everybody's always got to leave their snap judgment in a very lengthy review on why they hate something. Just enjoy what's there. If you can't, then play something else. I want to take a good look at these solar panels. The other side. Photovoltaic cells. Can we go between them? Risky maneuvers. Risky business. Wanna get right up in here and look at it. So let's say we have to do a repair on the cells, right? We got a bad cell. Got to do a repair on it. Gets right up on that, right? There you go. Okay, yep, I see the problem. Stand by for correction. Stand by for fix. You can do so many things with this game already. You don't need the game to tell you what to do, damn it. Just do what you want to do. It's so much funner that, so much more fun that way. That's why I was saying earlier to Caitlin, like if, am I? No. Wait, what? Excuse me? What? Do I have mag boots? Wait a minute. Hi. I mean, I am actually walking off the edge of it. Oh boy. Well, if you walk too far off the edge, then you'll actually just be on. You'll leave, but it lets me walk on the panels. Hold on. Hold on, we gotta do that again. A lot of development has gone into other features like interstellar colonies. Exactly. Yeah. Like, some people are like, they've done nothing in 2 years. No, they've built a whole bunch of complex things that just aren't ready yet. And you'll see them later, you know? Like, exactly how long do you think game development takes now? It takes a lot of time. I like how I'm not only just walking on it, but I'm walking above it, though. If you're gonna let me walk on the panels, at least... Oh! Oh, no! Quick, get back! Oh, no! Bye, Valentina! No, Valentina, come back! No, she's accelerating at a great rate. Oh my god, she's accelerating so fast. Dude, her apoapsis is like way up there. Dude, what happened to Val? Valentina! I mean, there is no way to get back to that station. Her apoapsis is so high. Oh, let's go back. Wait, stop. Can I target this? Let me target. Oh god, let me target the station, please. Target station. Is that target? Tell me target velocity. Oh dear god. Oh, target. No, I need to go towards right there. Go that way. There it is. Target 0. Stop. Okay. All right. Now I need to point directly at target. Nope. Other way. Oh, shit. Come on. Come on. Oh. There is no way she's getting back. There's no way she's getting back. "19 kilometers? Oh god, we're gonna be so far away soon. We must do something about this. There's only one thing I can do. We must burn retrograde. Retrograde. We need to lower our orbit so we can catch up to the station. Oh, Valentina. I apologize. I'm so sorry. This deserves a rescue operation. Exactly. We must rescue Valentina. She's going to be stranded. We have to go get her. We must go get her. Okay, Bill, Bob, you are the station's managers now, okay? You are the station's managers now. So, we're going to have to go get Valentina. She's stranded. There she is, Valentina Kerbin, just hanging out. It's time to go get Val while she still has some control authority left. Let's do this. We're not going to revert. No, hell no. We're going to keep this. Vehicle assembly building. Go. New rescue rocket. We must go get her right now. Okay, rescue probe. So rescue probe or crewed mission? The problem with the crewed mission element is that even though all of these pods... Oh, this says required. It doesn't say how many it supports. Okay, we can use this one. Three can hit it. So Jeb? No, you still have another thing to do. We'll use Tim C. Tim C. Kerbin. You're gonna go over and rescue Val. Okay? This is a rescue. Rescue 1. This is rescue 1. All right. So 5-seat command pod. Doesn't say how many it supports. Dude. It says it in the description, okay? I'm saying I want this information to be in the pop-up. There's no reason why you can't have it in the pop-up. It doesn't say it anywhere in here how many Kerbals are allowed to be in this. Just that description up there, that's lame. I want it at a glance. I don't want to have to read. Who wants to read? You know what? We need to be able to dock to the station as well, and we actually have the ability to do that. Although I do want to see, is it possible to get... Can I put 2 in here? No, just the 1. All right, 2 it is. So we have an ability to dock to the station with a small command pod, or with a small docking port. So Tim is not going to stay on the station. He's just going to go up, rescue Val, come back, and land. All right, that's the new mission. See? There's plenty to do in KSP2. Let's take and go... how do I want to approach this? First, I think we should go structural. Well, let me just see what that docking port is actually going to do. I never remember where it is. It's in coupling, right? I'm pretty sure that's the size that I used, so we can use this. This is a smaller pod, right, okay. I don't need the adapter though. So we'll have that, right? Now we're gonna need parachutes to come back. So let's get utility. We'll do some radially mounted parachutes. And just pop those there. Should be more than sufficient. Eventually, we are going to need to come back, though. So let's put in also, for electrical, We could pop some radial batteries. I don't think we need to put them like this, I guess. We don't really need to have them that gonna trigger people. It's just, it's the modeling, right? The window is kind of not centered, so it's gonna overlap the window a little bit. It's fine. Actually, what we could do maybe is just do smaller batteries. Yeah. Do like some smaller batteries like this. And then we don't even need that really. Does the command pod have... I also want to get information on this pod that's outside this, like on a mouse over kind of thing. Like the last game had. It's 150 units of electric charge built in. I think that's more than sufficient. We'll go ahead then and put in like a tiny little solar array. I want one that I can fold in again afterwards. So we'll go like this, I guess. Yeah, that should work. That seems fine to me. It might be out there a while. We don't want to run out of juice. Senate is concerned. All you need. We have unlimited funds for the rescue operation. Yes, unlimited funds. Exactly. Yeah. That's why I liked career mode, because again, it forces you to be efficient, and you have to have good resources in order to, to do what you want to do. I like it that way. I read that it might have cash in the game. It just wouldn't be its own mode. Okay, that's fine. It needs something that, the way these are organized, I somehow feel like it would look better if this was, I feel like that looks better to me. The battery's under the panel. I like that better. We'll rock that instead. Okay, so we have batteries. We've got parachutes. We've got, the solar panels for that. We don't need them because heat's not technically in the game yet, but I'm going to build it that way anyway. Put a heat shield. We don't need it. We can also remove most of the ablator because, again, we won't be using it anyway. Apparently, I'm not allowed to have... Okay, sure. 0.08000001. To be fair, also, I would like to be able to type in this field. It's a PC game. There's no excuse for not allowing me to have custom input in here, especially since the last game did. So, or was that a mod? Was it a mod that enabled that? Or was that in the base game too? I forget. Oh well, anyway, it's there. Okay, so there we go. Let's get a decoupler. I'm gonna get it should be a relatively small engine. We don't need to really truly rendezvous with it. We just need to be able to get close enough for Val to grab the ladder and get on. But we do need to rendezvous with the station, so we are gonna need some more fuel, I suppose. Should we try out the nuclear engine just for the hell of it? Try out nuclear just to do it. I know it's kind of a waste, but hey, who doesn't like a good nuclear engine with hydrogen fuel? Just to do it. We have unlimited resources, you said, so we're gonna rescue Val with a nuclear engine. Yeah. So how are we doing on? That's 1485. That should be plenty. We will need. At this stage of the game, we will need some sort of monoprop to help us in, get where we want to go. To rendezvous with the station. We're gonna dock to the station. We're gonna take this and dock to the small docking port that's on the station already to transfer her over. I mean, we could just bring her back, but oh, you know what? I've been thinking about things like with multiplayer, right? There are certain things you can't do in multiplayer that you can do in single, right? So what about when you're in the VAB? The time would still be running, right? The clock would be ticking. The Earth would be the Kerbin would be spinning, right? So depending on how long you take designing your craft, you might miss your launch window. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting thing. I don't know. Unless they do some sort of like asynchronous thing where, you know, each player launches at their own time and then it's just simulated and or put in the game at that time in your save, but that's a little bit weird, right? So, I don't know how they're going to do that. There's some problems they have to figure out. I don't envy them. They've got a lot of things to worry about. But they did it to themselves, right? They chose to say, we'll have multiplayer in the game. So, good luck to you. I think we'll just put the radially mounted ones. How about we go up? Put up higher? Yeah, we'll put it up higher. Let's give us like 8 tanks. We really want to make sure we get Val. In fact, we'll do 16 tanks. Because again, we really want to make sure we get Val. 16 tanks. And so since the center of mass is located here, let's make sure we're level. We need the jets to kind of be... The jets? Certainly not the jets. We need the engines, the... Where is it? Is utility. I keep forgetting that's in utility. I need that to be here. It's possible that we use a little bit of this nuclear fuel before we start doing this, so it might move the center of mass up. We'll put it like that. Right on the monoprop. This looks so ridiculous. I love it. Speaking of ridiculous, let's take a look at fairings. So like I said before, fairings aren't really done yet. I wish they were, but they're not really done yet. Okay, maybe they're done, but they're not the way I want them to be. We'll put it that way. They're not the way I want them to be. You know, in addition to having all the different separators and stuff, you can also go into, is it aerodynamics? That's where it makes sense to have it, but it's not. It's payloads. Fairing, okay. It makes sense to be here too, I guess. If I put on one of these, all right, this is the shroud, if you will. This is the fairing that automatically comes with the nuclear engine. The fairing that's here. If I disable that, then it doesn't happen. So the fairing that the nuclear engine wants to have is like an adapter. It goes small to big, and I don't like that. I really wish it would just be aware of what it's attached to and automatically go to what it's attached to. I don't see any reason why it can't do that automatically. But that being said, we also have standard fairing that's the extra fairing that's here. So if I hit this little wrench icon, I can control, you know, what the fairing looks like, the shape of it, how many different sections it has, right? I can kind of make it look any way I want it to look, right? But the problem with this is that it doesn't decouple. This is not a decoupler. So if I make this, great, but it stays attached at the bottom. They really should have done that. They really should have had some sort of ejection on this. So we're going to take and have to use a decoupler in addition to this. And this is one of those things where I say, well, yeah, sure. I mean, it makes sense that it wouldn't have... Okay, but this is a game that tanks your performance on every single part. Okay? Every part you add is gonna tank your performance. Duplicate that functionality, and I won't need the extra part to make sure that works. That's all I'm saying. This right here, and then we'll come up. The second thing is you cannot make these if they intersect any other part. So if I go, for example, like this, and I say, okay, that's what I want, it's not going to let me do it. It's going to say the fairing is colliding with an invalid assembly part. I don't know what invalid assembly part means, but it's colliding with another part is basically what it says. So I have to bring it down just before it collides, and even then it still doesn't work. So it looks like it must be connecting now to... I bet it's hitting the fairing, or the decoupler. Although it shouldn't be. And it might be, though. Yeah, it might be hitting this. So maybe we'll try this, add a new section, and then go straight up from there. Add one more section. Bring it in. Like that. No! Don't do that. Now this is invalid, so I have to start over. Well, not start over. I just have to confirm it. Why? Why, game? Come on now. No. Yeah, so anyway, I don't like fairings. I want them to change how they work. They're not very user-friendly. And as you can see, it's not like a simple thing. I really wish it was auto. I mean, we have mods that make that auto, right? Just do what a modder does, right? You're the game developer getting paid. Do what the modders did, because the modders did things really well. Okay, so, and then, you know what, honestly, modders will probably make this game better too, right? Just like the original KSP, modders took it to the next level, and that's a big thing. We want to make this be a clamshell X4, so it's got 4 sections, and this ejection force is outward this way. It's not a decoupler. So it's how fast do you want the parts to be ejected out to the side. So 700 kilonewtons, I guess. If it's anything like the 8,000 kilonewtons from the other radial decouplers, then this will probably just stay right where it is. Breakfast time for you. See ya, Bluesy. Charlie, you can use the engine plate. It decouples as well and makes a fairing. You can use the engine plate? What? The engine plate is a fairing? That's weird. I don't even know where that is. Not utility. Maybe it's in fuel tanks. Maybe it's in engines. I haven't used one of these yet. Right here. Did you talk about these mounts? These mounts make fairings? And they decouple? What? They don't decouple. But they do make fairings. What the hell's the point of the fairing then? No, it doesn't. It won't work. Because it doesn't decouple. There's no decoupling on this. Yeah, there's no decoupling on this. I mean, I guess I could flip it around. Does that work? On the other side? No, there's no decoupling on this. Try mounting it at the engine. What? Try and mount. I don't know what that means. Mounting at the engine. Like mounting an engine on it. It doesn't have a decouple property. Plate then engine. No, I get it, but it doesn't have a decouple property, so I don't know how that would matter. Unless you're saying this. Yeah, are you saying this? Like that? Because it doesn't have a fairing in that case. Fairing goes up. Yeah, it doesn't work. Like attach a decoupler to the plate. No, I get that, but there's still no fairing on the engine. What's up, Nathan? How you doing? Like the goal is to have a fairing that covers this engine. So I need it to decouple here. I need this to detach. But I need a fairing that covers this engine. Attach the decoupler to the plates. Attach the decoupler to the plates attachment. That's what I have. Again, if I do it this way, right? If I do it this way, right? There's no decoupler here. There's no shroud for this. There's no fairing for this. I'm not sure what you're. I mean, I think I've almost done every combination that I can think of here to make that happen, and I don't think that that's actually going to work. See how you increase length? Yeah, I got that. It's not going to matter. It worked differently in KSP1. No, I know it did. It worked a lot differently in KSP1. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have what you're talking about. Oh, stop doing that. Come here. It doesn't have what you're talking about. Unless it's down here. Like, I could do this. Which is silly, because now it's not connected at all. So, it's... I don't know. It's just... That's just weird. Hi, engine plate. That was kind of cool. Yeah, right here. Many nuclear engines. To the engine plate. Yeah. It's good. Do that, but with the decoupler. Yeah, but I mean, it's just not... I don't know, it doesn't look as good. I mean, I think I see what you're saying now. Come on, game. Quit it. I think I see what you're saying now. Like, you want me to do this. Right? I guess that does technically work. It's just a really weird way to do it. If this is the way that's going to be and that's the way that's going to work, then why do this? Why even have this part in the game? But I agree, that does actually work. It took a little bit for you to explain that, but it does work. And then it splits apart. I guess. All right, then. Well, we'll make that happen then. See how that works. Thanks for that. I mean, it took a little bit. I'm sorry I didn't get it right away because it just doesn't... it didn't compute with me, but I get it now. Thanks. And now I can change the length. Oh, it does have a length, right? Oh yeah. Okay, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I take back what I said. This is definitely a superior way of doing it. All right. Fair enough. Good game. GG. You win. Good. Can I color that? Can I color this this part? Can I make the... Give me the base color to be... I really want them to, like, allow references. Like, can I click this and then have that adopt that color? Or at least, by the bare minimum, give me color codes that I can copy and paste. There. That'll do. That'll do. I have blue now. Okay, cool. All right, good. So that's definitely a better way of doing it. Appreciate that. We're gonna say I want to go next. So that's the stage that's gonna be maneuvering around and trying to get to Val, and then ultimately getting ourselves rendezvous with the station. So the next part then is to get, since we have a decoupler there, we can now go and get the big stuff. So this is already medium. I don't think we really need to go that big, to be honest. We could probably just get by with something like this. Maybe just 2 of these and a mammoth might be enough to get us where we want to go. The mammoth is bigger though, isn't it? Sure is. It does give us that 4,000 we're looking for, but if I swap this to, let's say, that tank, that's an adapter tank at the bottom. We can go adapter tank like this. And then maybe we swap it for a rhino instead. It's a little more efficient. And we end up with 4960. Now I think that's good to go. 4960 works for me. We just have this rocket go up and do what it needs to do. And it gets to orbit, and then we end up with the nuclear engine to take us the rest of the way to orbit. Yeah. So this gets us mostly to orbit, but we don't need to deorbit it with the little booster, with the little engines, because it's not gonna get to orbit anyway. It'll deorbit itself. We want to have control surfaces. We're gonna go with the medium stabilizers, and we're gonna go, I think, 4-way on this. Should be fine. Well, like that. I don't technically need boosters. It's like we don't need them, so I probably shouldn't use them. But it could help in preserving fuel just a little bit. Could, just in case, since it's, you know, there's no costs associated with this. So, coupling. I'll find it eventually, I swear. Coupling. And we'll put, let's put 4 little boosters on there just because we can. Whatever. 4 little boosters. We'll go with, they're not really that little, are they? That's way more than we need. But, I mean, again, we're trying to rendezvous with Val, and then we need to rendezvous with the station. That's going to take a little bit extra fuel. It's better to have more than not enough, right? Plus, then we need to accelerate and boost back down to Kerbin to deorbit. So, like, there is going to be a need for... I mean, I think this is an extra, what, 1,900 meters per second? So, it's possible that we do need this. It's very possible that we do need to deorbit this backside here. So why don't we just real quick take my little Twitch engines, my little tiny Twitch engines, flip them over, and put them on there. We'll say that we're going to do it. Okay, Twitch engines go to the top. Well, not the very top, but the top. Yep, and then right after the decoupler, which is here. So the Twitch engines go below that. There's that, then this. Yep, and then we get with this left over, then that, then we land with our parachutes. Okay. We got these, the boosters. The first stage currently has a... Sorry. First stage has a 5.1 thrust to weight ratio. We definitely don't need this. That's way too much. That's... I mean, the heat's not in the game, so that's not bad. We could do it anyway, because the heat's not in the game. But I think it's a little overkill. Let's try to make it a little bit closer to realistic here. We'll put the little ones on there instead. Yeah, and then we can combine that with the Mammoth here. And then that should give us 1.8, which is a much more reasonable thrust-to-weight ratio that you would want in this game. And we have 52. These are more efficient too, so we'll have even... No, they're not. Yeah, no, they're not. They're just... Yeah, it actually decreased our available... It's no big deal. It's no big deal. Let's go with nose cones. And then that's gonna annoy me. I don't know why. I'm different. I'm different than I used to be. I used to be okay with like not having things symmetrical, but something about the fact that I could just do this and make it all better. You know? I could just a little bit over, and now just like that, they look better. Okay, good. What is rocket name? Default name is always fly safe. This is gonna be Rescue 1. I thought I saved that already, but apparently not. So this is our rescue craft. They're gonna fire these all at the same time. Then we decouple. Why are there 5 of them? Huh? Oh, sorry. This is the grouping, and then this is the individual units. Okay. It's a little hard to read, but that's how that goes. There's like a Chinese symbol there, something going on there. I don't know, but that's the decoupler. Okay, and then blank. We don't need to blank. So make sure that we have that and then that. Yeah. Okay. So this should be good enough to go and rescue Val. And Jeb, you're not. You have another job. Tim is gonna do this. Bartmel, get out of here. No. Quit it. That's fine. Okay. Looks good. I think it can work. It'll be sitting on its engine. I'm okay with this. Let it sit on its engine. It's fine. All right. We are prepared, so long as we can get Val. We have to get Val lined up. So Val is there. Specifically shows Valentina Kerbin. I like how it also shows the empty seats. It's interesting. It's almost like there's a cockpit view, and I can see which seat he's specifically in. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Anyway, we're just going to go around so we can meet up with Val. Valentina, you are the target. Okay. We don't want her to wait in space a single minute longer than she needs to. Let's go. Skip the countdown. We gotta get our Kerbal. Skip it. Let's go. Let's go get Val. Leave no Kerbal behind. Come on, Tim. Be a good pilot. It's a pretty stable rocket, at least it should be. Keyboard and mouse. Default name 3, default name 8. Is that where the debris landed? Did it not get destroyed? I'm confused. Why is that there? I think our debris landed there? That's impossible. There's no way that they landed that close together. I refuse to believe. I did it. Stage it. Damn it. Sometimes spacebar doesn't work. Sometimes you gotta hit the button. Alright, don't crank it too far. You don't want to get that extra air. Extra aero forces are... The engine sounds so good, though. All right, lay down on your belly and go. The engine sounds are just so good. I'm really appreciative of them. It's all good fun. It's also the center of the two launch pads. That's even more improbable. Yeah, like imagine I just decoupled my engines, right? I just wanted to deorbit my space junk, and I did so in such a way that it landed exactly in the center of the launch pad without any damage. That makes total sense. Not really. All right. Check out and see where we are relative to Val here. Distance from target. We are good. Stop. Okay, we're going to end up 13 kilometers away from Val. And slightly changing because we are also, you know, still in atmosphere, so that's going to change. Now we're going to be 11. The atmosphere is actually helping us here. Might end up being 10K away from Val. Then we'll adjust our orbit accordingly at that point. And might even be able to... It might even be better to let her come to us. At 10K, it's not that far away. I think she has enough monoprop left. But I think we could probably get the craft. We could probably get the craft a little bit closer to her, I think. That's probably fine. All right, so let's speed up with a little bit of physics time warp here. We'll keep ourselves pointed prograde for now. Tim C to the rescue. What is the story behind the Tim C? Somebody was going to tell me the story, and I didn't respond. Somebody said, "Do you want to know the story?" I do. I don't. I'm not familiar with it. All right, we are now completely in space. We have our final approach is at 10,743 meters away. Relative velocity at 158. That's where we want to be, boys. That's where we want to be. We're going to get her. Bring her home. We actually could just bring her home and not to the station. It would be way cheaper to do that. But, because actually, we're going to approach her It looks to me like we're actually going to get to her well after our apoapse. We may not have... I mean, we're pretty good, actually. 69,000? If our relative velocity is only 238, we can absolutely kill that and be in orbit. So I don't think that's actually a problem. Never mind. Let's point... yeah. Let's point target retrograde here. Get our solar panels out while we're at it. One of the guys on the dev team is called Tim C. He died early on, so they immortalized him. Ah, very cool. Very cool. Isn't that the business model of SpaceX? So I must have missed it. Are you talking about bringing the debris back and putting it in the center of the launch pad? I guess technically, yeah, it would be. I did take my lower stage and do that, didn't I? Actually, what I should do here is just decouple at this point, right? I should decouple this and just use the nuclear engines to finalize this, because I don't want space junk. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. We'll move this down and we'll stage this. Yeah. Or not, because it won't stage. So, fine. Decouple. Really? You're kidding me. What? Come on now, don't do this. Yeah, it won't stage. I can't let it stage. Before you say you don't have a connection, I have a Kerbal on board. Oh, I'm in warp. No, that's actually a better explanation. That's a much better explanation. Thank you. It's that standard 2 times time warp that looks like I'm going in real time, but I'm really not. Perfect. Thanks. All right, I have 900 meters per second of DV in this. Great. Great. So we are now approaching target. 10,700. Yep. So that stage is gonna deorbit itself. I have a tendency to do that too. I'll do something like this where I'm like, okay, cool, ready to go. But I'm actually not in 1x speed yet. Okay, here we go. Apparently it didn't stage. I don't trust it. Let's go nerve. Let's kill our relative. Oh shit. You're not relative to target. You have to be in target mode, dumbass. Here we go. Yep, relative velocity. Go. Kill it. Oh dear, I should have done this a lot earlier. I should have done this way earlier. I think we can still make it work, but I definitely was late on this. And burning retrograde like that did not help. Come on! Catch up to her! I mean, we can always come around again, but it's going to take a lot longer and a lot more fuel. I'd rather not do that. And stop. Okay, good. Let's point to target. Point right at Val. Go. Okay, let's see how close we are now. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. We have to go a lot faster, I guess. We are pretty far away, so I guess maybe that does make sense. Okay, I think that's close enough to where she can get to us. She can probably do it from there. We can switch to Val and get her over here. A lot cheaper than we can do our own nuclear engine, because we still need to rendezvous with the station too. So we need to make sure we keep that fuel for adjustments like that. God, this game is beautiful. Does anyone remember is it an F key? Is it F2? It is F2. I'm at about 32-ish. The very top left corner, I know that text is entirely tiny and you probably can't even read it. But the top left corner, I have the stats displayed so that I always know my frame rates. Just as a way to sort of look at it. And it's kind of fluctuating, but for the most part, it seems to be right around 30 FPS right now. Just super cool, man. It's just glorious. Beautiful things. Beautiful things are happening. All right, let's get ourselves... We'll actually go retrograde here to target so that we can slow ourselves down a little bit. I actually don't remember how much. I used a ton of monopropellant on Valentina, so I don't remember exactly how much she's going to have available. I believe our closest approach here is about 33.4, so I won't be able to swap to her immediately. I'm going to have to go a little bit closer if I want to just, like, transition to her without going to the tracking station. So we'll kill this velocity here real quick. Not completely. We don't need to dock. So this should probably be fine. Then we'll point at target. And get ourselves a little bit closer to her. That should be close enough to switch. Point back retrograde. Where is she? Where'd she go? Val? Where's Val? Don't you go dying on me! Where does she go, actually? Oh. There you are. She gets to about... If it's anything like the standard Kerbal, I should be able to switch to her at around 2. A little bit before 2, actually. I think the physics range was like 2.3 or something before. There we go. Val! Valentina! Can you select as target? Rescue vehicle is your target. Find it. There it is. All right, Val. Go towards the rescue vehicle. Oh dear. I wish it was easier to look around. Actually, it looks like this way. Yeah, right here. I want to go target retrograde, which is right here. So go that way. I need to go technically away from this pod to kill the velocity. There we go. And then I need to switch to finding target prograde, which is going to be like that. Go. There we go. You got it, Val. You're going home. And you're... Oh, no, I'm out of monopropellant. Hang on. Don't do anything more, Val. There's no more... Like, you're going to have to be able to maneuver. Otherwise, it's going to be way harder. Hang on. Oh, shit. That was really bad. Target. Retrograde, please. Where's Val? Where is she? Valentina, where'd you... Oh, my God. I don't know where she is. There she is. All right. She's coming. We're going to have to bring the craft to her, unfortunately. Because she's out of mono. Her jetpack's out of ammo, or out of fuel. God, ammo, really? I've been playing Star Citizen too much. There we go. And done. All right, let's point towards Val. We're going to go rendezvous with her. We're gonna get right up in her grill. I'm bringing this directly to you, girl. Stand by. Let's flip ourselves over. 7 meters per second. We should be there in about a minute. Minute and a half. Hey, it's Dr. Ben again. What's up? I don't know if you remember me from a few years ago. I saw you were playing KSP again and hopped in. No, I don't remember you, Dr. Ben. Definitely don't. I mean, all the time. You've been here for a very long time, man. Of course I remember you. How you been? Can't wait to kiss her hero. She's gonna have some alone time with her hero, Tim. As long as he doesn't burn her to a crisp. He is facing the engine nozzle toward her. Here we go. All right, Val, you've got 6. It's right there, okay? I know you don't have any fuel left, but we're just gonna go really tiny puffs until we can get you on the door, okay? Really tiny puffs. Come on. Oh, that's okay. We're almost there. You're so light on fuel. Val. Oh, grab it. Grab it, Val. Get this parts manager out of here. I don't need that. Oh, no, she's out. No, she's out now. She just ran out. I almost got to the ladder. No. No. Rotate the craft quickly. The other way. Oh, no way. This just got way harder. How do I get her now? Hang on. Oh, oh my God, it was so close. I should have brought the craft to her. God, get that parts manager out of here. Should have brought the craft to her. Can Tim grab her? Wait, why are you rotating? Don't do that. Tim. Where's Val? Where'd she go? What the hell, parts manager? Where is Val? I can't see her. Oh, there she is. Wait, no, that's not it either. Where did she go? What? She's gone. Wait. Huh? Where the hell is she? Holy shit, she's 200 meters away already? How did that happen? Holy crap, man. Oh my God, Tim, go get her. How the hell did you get so far away already? That's wild. Come on, Tim. I mean, I have no idea how Tim's gonna be able to do this. You can't actually grab other Kerbals, as far as I'm aware. But I might be able to push her. As scary as that's gonna be, might be able to push her. Oh shit! Overshot. Oh, I need to be on this side of her anyway in order to push her. Come on. I can't believe she's that far away already. That's wild. I mean, she was right by the door. Something's going on here. As far as I'm aware, you can't grab another Kerbal. This is like an episode of Gravity right now. All right, we want to go target. No, target is the rescue craft. No. Target is rescue craft. We want to make sure we're pushing her target prograde. Okay, we are. Push her. Push her. Target prograde. But not too fast. 3.9 meters per second. I can control that. I have no idea if this is gonna work, man. A Kerbal stranded without any monopropellant? Really? Oh, I just had to make it harder for myself, you know? Can we just give her some monoprop? I mean, this is Val's view. She's just diving headfirst at the rescue vessel right now. No fuel remaining. You have to make sure we continuously adjust course so that we can get towards the rescue vessel. Am I tangled up? I mean, I guess if I am tangled, then that's a good thing, right? Because then I can... That's like grabbing her. So if I'm tangled, that's grabbing. That's fine. I'm all right with that. That means I can slow down and she'll just... I think she's standing on my helmet. It's like the solar panels. She's standing up on my helmet. She's stretching out and everything. The mag boot helmet. I love it. So this is the same thing as grabbing her, pretty much. Slowly adjust to where you're facing directly at the... There we go. Yep, we're pointed directly at the rescue vessel. Remember, the gate is down. Yes, the enemy's gate is down. Right. Excellent Ender's Game reference there, by the way. I love it. What if she gets yeeted again? That's a very good observation, but honestly, it won't be any worse than she was already going to be. She was already yeeted. We're coming in slowly so that I can slow down without her leaving. And then I'm hoping I can get her close enough to where she'll just grab the ladder. Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe she could just stand on my helmet. Tim, you have such a big ego, dude. Tim C has his own gravitational pull. All right, we're bringing her in. Val, prepare to grab the ladder. All right, Val, here's your chance. Grab the ladder, Val. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we should totally be able to grab other Kerbals. That needs to be a thing. Oh, we're not close enough. I thought we were closer than that. Come on. I thought we were a lot closer than that. I think we were closer than that, and then we actually hit the ship and pushed it away from us. I think that's what it is. I don't know how I'm gonna get her to grab that. Come on. Come on, Val, grab it. Give me the option. Give me the option to grab it. It's right there. I can't go too close or it'll push the ship away. Come on, grab it. Grab the ladder. Grab it. Grab the ladder. Grab it. Tim, I need a small adjustment, please. Oh, shit. Oh, F1. Got it, yes! Board! Val is in! She's in! She's in and she's happy as any Kerbal's ever been. Tim C with the daring rescue! Tim C with the daring rescue, and he... No! No. Tim! Tim! No way, Tim! Tim has no fuel! Tim! Tim, how did you run out of fuel, Tim? Val is full of fuel again, though, so she can go. And now it's time for Val to return the favor. Because Val's got refilled. All right, Val, it's time to return the favor here. All right, now we're gonna be very cautious. I want you to offer Tim your helmet as he offered it to you. All right, offer him your helmet. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, I think. Yep, he's standing on it. Okay. He's standing on the helmet. He's facing the wrong direction, though. And I can't turn him around. But I can. Yes, I can. I can have him turn himself around. This is so silly. I love this. I love this, though. This is like, come on. You're telling me this game's not worth $50? This is the best $50 you'll ever spend. I tell you what. All right, hold on. Let's switch. Val, I need you to up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, hold on. Hold. Don't go too fast. All right, Tim, I need you to turn around. Turn around. There it is. Good. Back to Val. Forward. Back to Tim. Grab. Board. He's boarded. Okay. Okay, we did it. We did it, guys. Everything is fine. Val. Okay, that's bullshit. She has monopropellant, so this is... I don't understand. I can't move. I can't move with Val now. But I have monopropellant. This time I'm definitely not out of fuel. So I don't understand. This part I don't understand. I'm not out of fuel. But I can't move. Why is this parts... Get the parts manager out of here, my god. It's because I'm clicking this stuff and it opens it every time on the right click. I really wish they would just leave it to be this app bar and that's it. But they don't. And so you have to use the same button to move. Move the ship slightly. Yeah, I need to... Can't. Got it. Oh, that's really weird. Oh. Oh. This is A+ content, I'm telling you. This is the kind of content that would just fix. This is the game. Kerbal Space Program 2, everyone. The game where our egos are so big they have their own our heads have our own gravitational pull. But we're not done yet. We only have 500 meters per second plus the monoprop, but we have only 500 meters per second to rendezvous with the station, which is now called Combined 13, which is a terrible name. So let's check it out and see what we're dealing with here. I mean, I could just bring them back. I could. And it might even be easier than getting them stranded. But I'm going to try it because that was the goal. So it looks to me like distance to target is pretty high over here at 300. We can't overcome that. That's too much relative speed. We can't overcome that. What we can overcome, our apoapsis is currently only 130. Just really respectable. So what we could do, assuming we get the, it's this one here, yeah. So what we could do is have 130. Let's go ahead and create a maneuver plan here. And we'll just have it burn where we can get ourselves a reasonable encounter with a really low amount of we want to burn as little as possible, right? We want to save as much of this as we can. So we're going to try to just get ourselves to be roughly the same orbit as the station and just kind of go around and around until the station meets up with us, which is pretty close to what this is doing. It's gonna be there. See, that's getting pretty close. I think we'll stick with that. Whew. It's great, man. I love how Stream Element is like streams, because YouTube won't let it do that message. I deorbit and use Val to launch another component. Might try deorbit, could be safer. Yeah, you could. You know, I think it's more fun to try and rendezvous with the station, though. Certainly more of a challenge. Rendezvousing with the station with a fresh craft would be very easy. But you're right on the other component bit. We don't really have a whole lot for is like more components. There's not really a whole lot. I didn't really have anything else planned. Like, it was supposed to be like a one-off stream thing, which turned out to be gloriously dramatic for what it is. So if you use this tool, you get extra music as well as a Kerbal announcement when your maneuver is close. Just really nice. I like how they did that. The music changes. Well, at least it used to. Apparently it doesn't anymore. Oh well. They used to make a big deal out of it. Maybe it's because we're not burning enough. It's not epic enough. Not enough of a maneuver to matter. That could be it. All right. We're just gonna bring our periapsis up to like 126 or so. Or it will happen anyway. It just happens late. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Okay. So now we want to take a look at station approach. It's going to be 295. If I continue to go around, we should see the station catch up to us. It's going to take a while, but we should see the station catch up to us. And it will save us a lot of fuel. Take a long time. Apparently, it's going to take a lot longer than I thought it would. That's not true. You're just not updating. Yeah, that's better. 166 and 155. So we're getting about 11,000 meters each time. It's not very fast. I would have liked it to be faster than that. I mean, I can change it by just burning prograde at any time. But any prograde I burn is going to require me to, you know, burn backwards to offset it again. But yeah, we're getting it's not very fast. Let's burn prograde really quick. We'll just speed this up a little bit. Clip the rescue for prosperity. First ever rescue mission without monopropellant. Yes. M. Krakoon, enjoying the new KSP so far. I'm enjoying it. You know, I think it's. I can't judge whether it's like worth it or anything, but I'm having a good time with it. We want orbit prograde, not target prograde. That would be bad. Orbit prograde, please. Just gonna raise our apoapsis up a little bit. That's it. That's all. We'll go back to target retrograde. So that should speed up. That should mean less orbits to have the station catch up to us at least. Let's make sure this thing doesn't update quite as quickly as I'd like. So now we're 77,000 and 65,000. I guess I sped it up by like 1,000 meters per second. $32. 22. Very good. Got to conserve that fuel. All right, we should be... Hopefully we rendezvous with the station now on the day side. I'm hoping that this is the closest. Once it adjusts. Nope. It's going to get further away. That's our approach over there. It's going to be at night again. Kind of, yeah, barely on the night side, unfortunately. But that's our closest approach at 10,009. We only have to burn off 83, and then we have to accelerate a little bit to catch up, but it should be fine. The important thing is that we have enough Delta V left in this tank to deorbit ourselves later. Although I suppose I could just pull fuel. Because I think there's... No, we can't do that, because I'm so smart and made hydrogen for this craft and none of the other crafts. So we can't pull fuel to refuel this because there's no fuel on the other crafts to do it. Yay me. All right, let's slow down here real quick. Make sure we're pointed in the proper direction. I don't know why they named it combined, but I guess they need to change it to where it adopts the name of the core module that was first launched. I want it to... I think it should always adopt to the name of the craft that was launched first when you dock it. That would be how I would do it. But it might be too simple. I wonder if I can rename the craft while it's in midair. I haven't tried that yet either. I mean, I know the first game lets you do it really easily, but I haven't tried it in this one yet, so. Should be 10,009, right? So that's pretty much on. So let's go ahead and kill, sorry, target. Yikes, target retrograde, dumbass. Do you still not have your Discord link and video descriptions? I don't know. Is that... I mean, I'm an excellent content creator. I really know what I'm doing, so that sounds like something I would do. And done-ish, done-ish, almost done-ish. Good. All right, fine. Point towards target. 300 left. Yee. It's still enough to deorbit me, but it's cutting it close. Okay, let's hold off there. Let's see where we're at. We're going to be not nearly close enough. There we go. That's what I want to see. Right? Stop. Okay. 1,300. I think I can handle that. Point target retrograde. We're at 361. Should have enough fuel to... Yeah, should have enough fuel to dock to the station and then deorbit this craft to go back home. The deorbit should be very easy because we'll use the monopropellant that's on board. If we have to use the monopropellant, then we'll just, we'll just do it until we have enough, and then we'll eject all of this, and there'll be no space junk, and then we just land with our parachutes, and everything should be fine. Tim will come home. Valentina will stay on the station. And I really don't need to dock to the station. Like, I could just have Val get out and, go through the door. But, I don't know. I think it demonstrates a little bit more competency to dock to the station. As you saw, my initial docking was oh so very professional. I know it's very dark, and I apologize for that, but, it's just the way this shit keeps working. It's always on the dark side. Always there. The station should have some lights. I don't know if it does, but it should have some lights. 1,300, I think, was what the max range was, so we'll go ahead and burn off that target velocity now. And we are solid. Okay, let's go ahead and point toward the target again. Back at the first one, I always struggle to get into orbit. Yeah, with a sandbox, you shouldn't ever struggle to get into orbit. You shouldn't struggle to get hardly anywhere in sandbox, but as a new player, I totally get it. I have like a few thousand hours in the original Kerbal space program, so this is very close. All right, that's close enough. That's very close. We're gonna be right up on it. All right, we're gonna be less than 150 feet from this thing, so hopefully we don't run into the solar panels, because I'm pretty sure the solar panels are about that long. So yeah, we'll be very close to the station. Well, with a few thousand hours in the original, you know, if you're ever confused, if anyone's ever confused, you know, ask the question. I love answering questions. Like I'll try to help as many people as I can. So if you're someone who's a little bit like, why is he doing this, or why do that, or what's happening here, you know, if you have specific questions, or of course, then go for it. Broad generalized stuff, I'll probably try to give you a more broad generalized answer, but for something specific, I'll definitely what is this? There should be no space junk. I kind of want to see what it is, but at the same time I don't. Like, there should be no space junk, and yet there totally is. There's definitely something there. It looks like a solar panel. I know it's too dark for you guys to see it. I apologize. Hold on. I want to see what that is. That's the station. That's me. That's the only two things here. I can't go to the debris. Also, I mean, no, there's just a bug going on with that debris. That can't possibly be really there. I mean, I do see a physical object. It looks like a solar panel. It's totally one of my solar panels is right there. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that my solar panels are breaking? What? What? It is my solar panels. What happened there? Wait, my solar panels, they actually are there. What the hell is that all about? Okay. It's an early access title, so I don't know. To be honest, guys, I think playing Star Citizen, which I'm totally gonna play a lot more because that's a lot of fun. I think playing Star Citizen has desensitized me to game bugs. I think I find game bugs more funny now than I do. Like, I don't get upset at them anymore. I'm just like, oh, look at that thing. Look what happened. Isn't that funny? Done. Well, I'm a little bit away, but that's fine. Let's rotate. I don't need to rotate. Val, get out. I've decided that I'm not docking. The mission was to rescue you. We have done that. Okay? So now you can return home to your station. Because I don't trust it anymore. We're missing panels now. That sucks. That looks terrible. It looks like I forgot something. I don't know how that even happened. Like, the craft wasn't even loaded. I guess it's a good thing I had redundancies in place. Like, the door is on the other side. Yep. Doors over here, or the green lights. See, the lights are a good idea. I recommend it. The only problem with this, and the reason why I often didn't include lights on all my other stuff when I was building other things, is because lights are parts. And that means it increases your part count. Right? And so, like, when you add lights, you're just asking for it to reduce your performance. And so oftentimes, I never bothered with lights. Okay, Val has reached the station and she is safely aboard. Rescue mission is a success. Tim C, please return to Kerbin. We are going to ignore default name 25 and 24 because apparently my solar panels somehow, yeah, they just got destroyed. Good news, everyone. We will be able to deorbit ourselves and come into Kerbin on the day side. Isn't that wonderful? We're going to be able to come home on the day side. That gives us all sorts of wonderful opportunities. There we go. And I want to go a little bit low. I want to really make sure I don't want to go in the water. I want to go on land. I think that's probably land right there. Let's go a little bit more. Just to really make sure. Yeah, we'll definitely be on land now. Now we'll definitely be on land now. Okay. Okay. We are set and prepared for all the things, which of course didn't happen because this game, man. Decouple. Thank you. All right, we are on our way. Embarking on an adventure down to the surface with Tim C. Kerman. Only thing left to do is to make sure our parachute's open. Need to check our staging. There it is. So it looks to me like this little number, I've been trying to figure out what it is. And mostly because I've just not been paying attention for the 80 plus I put into the game. But I think this is like how many stages are above. Right, so there's only one stage left. So by hitting go, I'm always doing the next one in the list. And to get an idea of which one that's going to be, because sometimes it's a blank one. Sometimes you click it and nothing happens. But I think that's how many stages are left, right? How many times you can hit the button. And so there's only one stage left. One is there. And there's 0 meters per second of delta V in the next stage. Oh, sorry. Left in the whole craft. There's 0 left in the whole craft. All right, let's go to the sun. I was kind of hoping to land near the mountains and stuff because like there's a lot more detail and stuff in Kerbin now. We're not going to land in the water, are we? So right now it's suggesting that we're going to land just off the coast, but as the atmosphere slows us down, we're absolutely going to land on land. So like this mark is going to change. I suspect we'll probably land maybe just after, like maybe between these two lakes kind of thing. Like maybe like right about here is what I suspect will land, but we'll see. It just looks so good, dude. I love those high resolution textures. I really appreciate it. I wish I could stream in 4K. Anybody want to contribute to my Charlie Needs a 4090 fund? Which I will probably hoard and save until 4090 Ti and then buy that one instead. Anyone want to contribute to the 4090 Ti fund? So I can stream in 4K? God, if I did that, though, I could go single PC easily then. Then I could simplify my workflow. I actually really hope they add HDR to this game. It's not a high priority, so I don't expect it ever. But once it's fully released and everything is awesome, I hope they consider adding HDR. All right, solar panels are rocking. Are all safe and sound inside their little box. That mark is going to move inwards as we go through the atmosphere. It's going to start coming more towards us. It already is moving a little bit there. It'll probably end up being somewhere around here, if I had to guess. Definitely not between the two lakes. We're going too fast for that. I keep wondering if Val and the station are actually okay. I'll probably load it again and it'll be missing 2 additional panels. Turns out there's a feature in this game where you lose 2 solar panels every time you load the craft. So it's a good thing I packed so many. Ugh. It was a really great rescue, though. I do want to warn you guys before I start losing connection, before my my speech becomes unintelligible, that I am noticing frame drops in OBS at the moment. And I'm noticing, I am currently noticing some minor issues that are the signal of a connection problem. So I'm just forewarning you. It's possible that happens. But this stream has already been a success for me, so I appreciate you guys coming out and hanging out with me. I really like you guys, all you guys hanging out with me. This is the most enjoyment I have in content creation. The best parts of my job are when I get to hang out with people live and talk with you guys and share experiences with you. Because especially that rescue would be nowhere near as good. It would feel nowhere near as good if it was just done on video and I had to like push it as a video, right? I get that there's a sizable portion of people are going to watch this after the fact and they're not going to watch it while live, but those of you who are here in the moment, this idea of being there in real time, it always creates that extra bit of stress, that extra bit of drama that just makes it so much better than watching it in a video. So the Val rescue, that's going to be, so far, that's my favorite moment in KSP, and there's so many more moments to come. I'm not going to stop playing this game. I'm obviously not going to play only this game. I have a lot of Star Citizen. I really want to play that a lot. I'm having such a fun time with that. But the I can see him in there. Oh, you can see him in the window. Hey Tim, you having a good time? I wonder if this is synchronized. I think it is. Watch his blinking here and up here. He blinks at the same time. This is a real-time look at that Kerbal. It's not just a graphic. That's cool. That's really cool. Very nice. Okay, we want to take our parachutes and we are going to arm them. And that is going to deploy them initially instead of staging them because I don't trust it anymore. And they're just gonna hang out like this. Also, listen to the parachutes. The parachutes have extra sounds that have been done to them too. So you can really hear the wind as it pushes through them, and that's including after deployment. My favorite part about this game, in addition to its graphics, it is the sound design has been very good so far. This game over the first one. I mean, like one of my favorite elements of this are graphic overhauls, and the sound has made the game significantly more immersive than the first game for me. Now they just need to bring the features up to spec, right? And fix bugs. And the gravitational pull of a Kerbal's head. You like the new nav ball? I think the new nav, this is a huge improvement. I don't think I think there's a lot of this going around where it's like, oh, new, different, I don't like it. This is a huge improvement to what we had before. And I like that it's off to the side and not in the middle too. All right, parachutes. Any minute now. You want to open up? Any minute now. You should open. You should open. Parachutes. Parachutes. There they go. I wasn't sure when they were going to open. There they go. They're kind of rubbing up into each other, but that's okay. You need to put a big smiley face right here. I kind of wish they were more off to the side. Like I kind of want them to give parachutes collision, so that they. I don't want to say they collide with each other because that might mess up their usefulness. It adds a little bit of realism, but ultimately I want them to go off to the side, like away from each other. Look at all these trees, the landscapes. We're going into the mountains. Going down at a relatively gentle 9.7 meters per second. The previous Kerbal space program allowed us to jettison the heat shields. I want them to bring that here as well. We can, of course, do it with a stacked decoupler, but I don't want that extra layer. Just adding another part. I want them to add that functionality in here so I can jettison this. In case I'm falling too fast and my parachutes aren't adequate and I don't like how fast I'm falling, I should be able to jettison this. Also, if I'm on a hill, I would want a flat bottom on this instead of a rounded one. Tim's gonna have some fun. Rocking and a rolling. Whee! Do a barrel roll. There he goes. Okay, so we want you to point up as much as you can, please. Although we're definitely on a hill, maybe it won't be so bad. I love the trees and the landscape. It just looks super cool, but we are definitely on a hill. Here we go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Got it. Oh man. This looks awesome. Tim can get out. Aw, the rocks are floating. I was hoping that, I mean, I know I can go through it because there's no collisions yet. So they're going to bring that in. That's a thing that they're going to implement. They just haven't gotten it done yet. But like you can walk through the rocks, you can walk through the trees, right? They're not, the collisions aren't there yet. But that's coming very soon. They're just not done yet. So Tim, you rescued. I guess Tim's first landing. Val is safe. I am hero. That was interesting. It's because I started the flag plant while I was in time acceleration. I was actually still in 2x speed and didn't know it. And I went down to 1x while it was happening, so it kind of messed everything up. But yeah, flag is planted. Tim is hero. One thing I would like to see. Oh, am I? Can I move? I can't move. I can't move. I would like to see him move. Can I get out of it like this? Now I can move. That was weird. Okay. No big deal. Everything just looks so good. That's what I'd be doing. Just stop and stare. Be like, look, man, I'm home. I feel good. I thought I was going to get stranded when I ran out of monoprop. Val didn't panic, and neither did I. I can't grab this. It won't let me grab it. Really? I know it says EVA controls grab, but I can't grab it. Yeah, maybe both of these are messed up. Is there anything I can do with this craft to get it unstuck? There's no probe on board, so I don't think I can. I can just recover them. You can recover a... He's dancing. He's dancing. That's funny. Yeah. Maybe it'll let me grab it if I'm in this mode. If I get high enough, can I board? Board. No, I can't interact with this at all. There's no interaction with this craft. Oh, maybe that'll jog it loose. If I can just do something that will... No, I can't. But it's okay, because I'm pretty sure I can recover. So if I wanted to, I could go recover vessel. And that's going to recover the Kerbal. So he's back. And then now I have this vessel, which is the only one that's loaded now. And I can then recover this one too. That's fine. And then the flag stays there. Very good. Very good. Will there be cities on the planet? I don't think so. Cities is... maybe they will. I don't know. I know it's not a high priority for them, but... I mean, maybe. Maybe modders will do it. I know modders tried to do it in the last Kerbal Space. They tried to do it in the last Kerbal Space program, but... Alright. So, I want to get rid of this ridiculous and stupid debris. So we've got a lot of debris in orbit now. I don't know why. We shouldn't have any debris. I played that really well. We shouldn't have any debris. Okay, take that back. There should be one piece of debris because like that first initial thing that I tried to deorbit, I did it in the wrong direction. So that should be there, but everything else should definitely be deorbited right now. But we can destroy that debris in this list. Just have to be careful of destroying things that are things we want. Now the list doesn't update, and I actually think you have to click it directly to do it. So these are like default name 8. We could destroy that. Destroy all these little default things we can get rid of. And then this list doesn't yet update, which is something that I'm sure they'll work on. We have this default name 24. We can destroy that, and then 25. We can destroy that. So this is our station, and then we should be able to reload this list. If I exit and come back, I don't believe it'll be there anymore. Yeah, it's gone now. So around Kerbin, we just simply have the KSC, and then we have the station, which we can control by going like that. And look at how fast it loads. Like, you're just in. You don't have to wait these long wait times to load these crafts anymore. It's really good. So I like their loading times. It definitely speeds up the game, especially with multiple crafts happening. Obviously, there's a lot of bugs. They'll get fixed, so I'm not going to focus on those. The one thing I don't particularly like is how maneuvers work in the map layer. I kind of understand how they work, and I'm going to demonstrate that now by building a craft that goes to Jool. That'll be the last thing we do today. We're gonna go visit Jool. But oh, and it looks like you can actually revert that craft, the station, which we've already launched. It looks like it's gonna let me revert that, which is odd. You couldn't do that before. Like way after you've already loaded another craft and everything, you wouldn't be able to do that before. So I'm not sure how that works. Real quick save on the game. I'm just gonna call this stream 1. It's fine. So let's go back to the Kerbal Space Center, and we'll go to the VAB. What engine is KSP2 using? Yeah, we're still in Unity. It's a much more updated version of Unity, but it's still Unity. As far as I'm aware, it's an updated version. Okay, so to go to Jool, that is going to be where we send Jebediah Kerman. And I think we're going to use this pod. The Sightseer. For that. The Sightseer only holds 1. Even though it's big. It only holds 1. So he's going to have lots of room in there. Okay. Jeb's going to go to Jool. So to build this, I'm going to need a couple of things. And we're gonna see some elements in the game now that are needing fixed. We're gonna be seeing things. Fixed is a hard thing to say. I don't want to say fixed. Things that are not the way I prefer them to be. Let's go with that. So it's not necessarily if there's something wrong with it. I just wish it was different. So we'll see some of those things in this mission. I want to go ahead and get. Let's do electric first, actually. I'm kind of just building this off the top of my head. Well, all right. So somewhat on the top of my head. I have a rough idea of what I want, but still, like the individual orders of parts, I don't. Okay, so we have the battery there. Actually, I'm going to do this a little bit differently. This has a reaction wheel, yes? It has torque, has a reaction wheel. Maybe I don't need another one, but it's going to be a relatively big rocket, so I think I'm going to want another one anyway. So we'll go ahead and put in another one right here, and then the battery will be on the bottom. That seems fine to me. We could put the heat shield on there too, just to be, you know, realistic and what to expect on that. But instead of doing that, we're going to say, hey, look, I know there's no heat, so I don't have to worry about it. Just for this one, we're going to do that. I am going to incorporate a ladder, though. I think I'm going to put that right here. And let's make sure that that goes... Definitely goes down far enough. It goes down too far, really. I do wish there was... Well, maybe I just don't need to have one that extends out. I could maybe just take one of these instead, I guess. That's fine. No, I don't want symmetry. Just the ladder. That's fine. And then we'll copy that and put it like this. That's acceptable. We'll make that work. Okay, so we're going to go in and we'll want a decoupler here. Let's take coupling. We'll go medium, slap that on there. And then we can get our stages. I am going to use nuclear engines again. I kind of like the way that was working out. But I'm going to use a bigger one. Because we're going to Jool. So, you know, let's use a bigger one. And then we'll take the engines and we'll just use that, right? Now, we could do the same thing we did before. I have to remember what that trick was now because I have to learn how that works. So we'll use the engine plate, which is here. Oh, here. Then we put that there. Then we put the decoupler on it like that. Right? And then... No, I don't think I got that right. Hang on, I think you're supposed to go there, yeah. Oh, I think I have to make the length. Yeah, change the length to be down further. Like 4, was it? Yeah, and now it's down here. Okay, that's what it is. So we want the shroud to be disabled on the nerve. No fairing there, and then you go like that. Perfect. Okay, cool. Also, notice how the VAB is darker because it's nighttime outside. I think that's pretty cool. We're going to call this one Jool 1. I'm not very creative. We're going to save it, though, as a workspace for Jool Flight. I don't know. Again, not very creative. So we have a different workspace now that we can reference later on. Okay, cool. Engines look good. They remind me of RO and RP1 engines. Cool. I don't have enough experience to know that, but it's cool that if you think they do, then great. So at the top here, what we're going to do is we obviously need parachutes and stuff, but I don't want to block his view. The parachutes, especially this big window on the top. It's a sightseer after all. We don't want to block it with a bunch of other crap on there. So we're not going to have any docking ports or anything like that, but instead we're going to use radially mounted, a lot of things that are radially mounted. We do have a big battery already in this, so we don't need any batteries radially mounted. We are going to want some solar panels. And I think because we're going to be super far away from Jool, I'm tempted to use these bigger ones on the sides, but I don't think they're actually going to look very good while we're flying around. Maybe. Maybe we'll... my worry is that on landing, we're not going to be able to use them very well, but maybe we'll make this work. Let's take 2 of them here. That's probably better, actually. And it decouples there, so we end up Yeah, I have to move these up higher. Maybe we'll put them like this. I think this is the battery, right? Yeah, this is the battery. So we just want it to be... That'll work. Okay. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. There we go. Almost. Got it. And we're back in business. Okay, next is the parachutes. Now, I said we're going to Jool. And so you're thinking, why parachutes? Well, because I kind of want... What I want to do is I want to try to go to Jool. And then the goal is going to be to see if we can't get an encounter with at least one of Jool's moons. And I'm going to prioritize Lathe. But if I can get an encounter with any of the other ones, then we can get a flyby and see that one on our way to Lathe. And I'm going to use a lot of gravity. Yeah, we're going to be using gravity to adjust our orbits and try to save us a little bit of fuel while we do this too. So we'll see if we can make that work. So looking at this, we're going to have almost 3,000 meters per second in what we have now. Obviously, we can't lift off, but this is relative to Kerbin, not in space. Obviously, we're still going to be able to move in space. We just can't lift off with the way this is. We need parachutes. In case we do get a landing on Lathe, I want parachutes. So we're going to go ahead and grab... I never remember what this stuff is. I have to relearn everything, it seems. This is a radially mounted parachute. You can put it on the side like this. Seems fine. 2 radially mounted parachutes should be more than enough. You could also use the little drogue chutes too, but they open at the exact same velocity, which is weird. They need to adjust that to where drogue chutes open at a much higher velocity. Because at the moment, drogue chutes have the exact same safety as a normal parachute. Makes no sense to even use the drogue chute then, because they're much smaller and they're not as effective. So, and they actually weigh more. So less effective. And they weigh more, and they open at the same velocity. So, yeah. Next, if this is our upper stage that we're ultimately going to be going to Jool with, then we need to be able to get ourselves at least a transfer to Jool. Most likely, we're going to have some sort of space junk with this craft, but if there's any way we could maybe, I don't know, stage this to where the other stage goes into Jool's atmosphere, that would be great. So, take a look at Methalox. Go to the large tanks. And I think... Why are you doing this to me? Quit it! I think we're going to go to large tanks here. Probably going to need 2 of them. And we need an adapter tank to go from here to there. And since this is the decoupler... Maybe... Isn't there an adapter tank that does this? Yeah, right here. Oh, that's the XL. I don't think they have a large to XL... Or there's no medium to large adapter tank. Oh, right there. Okay, good. Perfect. Yeah, that looks good. So we'll have this, and then we're going to use the Mammoth on this. Where is it? Mammoth. On the bottom. Okay. That gives us 7,500. Easily enough for a flyby in Jool. But we don't want just a flyby in Jool. We want to have control. We want to be able to manipulate things. We want to be able to fine-tune things, get flybys on other things, change our orbits around a moon to sling ourselves around to another moon, maybe. Like, we want to be able to do that kind of stuff. So I'm going to need extra. And for that, we're going to use some boosters. But no, I don't think we need boosters. I think instead what I'll do, this might be a little bit weird, but maybe we'll just do 3 of these. It actually didn't change anything, did it? That didn't change a damn thing. Never mind. It's the same DV or if I do that or not. Ultimately, I think this is probably fair already, but let's try decouplers. We'll go into the big ones. Maybe we mount them pretty low like this. And we're also going to want to have stabilizers for sure. Get some stability on there. On this bottom side. I mean, I can't decide if I really want to use just regular old fuel tanks or if it's better to use boosters. If I was going to use the regular fuel tanks, they'd be on about like this. I guess I could use other engines, but I would want to use engines that have more... There is no engine that has more thrust than the Mammoth. Maybe we use the Labradoodle in space and the Mammoths. I mean, there's a lot less thrust here, but if we use the Labradoodle, we could use the Mammoths on the side here and the Labradoodle here. That would give us a lot more... Yeah. That would do it. Now we have 10,000 meters per second, which is, of course, really good. So let's just finalize this. It's really simple to go to Jool. You just have to have the right engines, right? That's why science mode and career mode and stuff takes a while to get to these places, because you have to unlock the parts. But in sandbox mode, you have the parts already, so you just do it. Fuel tanks. Let's go, maybe we'll add a little bit of extra fuel here just to give us an extra kick. And I'm thinking we... something like this, and then medium tank, go about... That's not it. Oh. We want to go like this. Yep. Make it pointy. Always better to make it pointy. There we go. Although that does look like it took away. Did that take anything away from us? No, it gave us a little bit extra. Okay, that's good. We're overkilling it, yeah. So we're going to use the little Labradoodle, which is honestly probably not... I mean, it's a lot more efficient, but I worry that it's not enough to really get us where we want to go. Like I want to get there, but we'll see. Engineering report shows us at 1.8 thrust to weight ratio, which is perfect for what we want to do. Parts manager seems good. The only thing I can think of here is maybe adding some lights and some struts on the boosters, and that's about it. So I'm thinking we go structural struts. Let's just take a couple struts here and connect them maybe like this. Hold that in place. Maybe we can do a couple more. Maybe like right here. And keep it in place at the bottom as well. Kind of like that. That should make it nice and rigid. And maybe some stabilization on the outside here. Maybe. Put some stabilizers on the outside, kind of like this. Just to give some extra. They look dirty, don't they? Oh, that's interesting. Just the way the light is. It's almost like they've survived re-entry already by the way that light is. But we could do something like that. It adds a little extra stability to those. Not too bad. I kind of want to test it and see if this works. And that fires. And then we have parachutes and that. So we want that to be... Parachutes are last. Okay. I guess the final thing then is to introduce a clamp. We can introduce clamps, and we'll do it on both sides, kind of like that. And then we can take the whole craft and bring it lower so that it's not super ridiculous on the launch pad. There we go. So that could be our rocket. Pretty straightforward. Goes to Jool. So I want to really quick test it. Just to be sure, we'll test it. Lots of auto-saving happening here, which is kind of cool, I guess. Maybe we'll override one of the... Yeah, we don't need to override it. We'll just... Yeah, whatever. It's fine. We'll launch it. Now, we're not in the right launch window yet, right? So I will be reverting this anyway, regardless of whether it works. I'm going to be adjusting it, but because we're not in the right... the position of Kerbin is not in the right position to go to Jool at the moment. I mean, we can certainly do it, but it's most efficient if it's in a different location. So there's Jool, right over there, and Kerbin is here. What you want to go to Jool is you want to have kind of like a 90-degree right angle. So you picture Jool being here. You want to go off to the right and put Kerbin kind of about here. You know, it doesn't have to be precise. You can get away with it because it's so far away. You can make micro adjustments and really get away with it. But it does need to be kind of in that general area to go to Jool effectively. But we're not there. I just want to test the engine. So, and make sure that I can fly it. Check your staging! Check your staging. That happens. It happens. Let's find out what went wrong. Oh, yeah. This isn't the same time. There it goes. All right, so we want all these things to release at the same time. Good. We're good now. Let's launch. How very Kerbal. Yep. All right. Now it will release us at the same time we fire. Go. Get us up. It probably would have been a good idea so that I didn't have to roll. I could have put the engines on this side, and that way I don't have to roll. Because right now, as it is, I kind of need to turn myself over a little bit. It isn't a big deal, but it's just that extra bit of mobility that is kind of wasted, but not a super big deal, I guess. Get myself going. God, it sounds so good, though, these engines. Sounds so good. We're just letting it go without any SAS. Seems pretty stable all by itself. Nice. We really need to turn over because we're not being very efficient right now. Let's get ourselves turned over here. Should have done this a long time ago. I'm really late on this, but that's okay. I'm just testing the idea to make sure I have enough to get into orbit. So let's release those. Gonna bot me a little bit there, but no big deal. And now we've got the Labradoodle, which isn't very strong, right? Not very strong at all. This is why I should have been using the those other engines to go laterally instead of up. But ultimately, I think this will be a better fit for us to have the Labradoodle do this instead. I love the engine plumes. Yeah, exactly. They did just a stellar job on that kind of thing. That kind of attention to detail. They did a really good job on. I don't know, maybe I'm not late on that turn after all. I mean, I did need to get well out of that atmosphere in order for the Labradoodle to be effective, so perhaps I did need to go a little steeper with it. Because we are let's see, 1 minute and 8 seconds away from our apoapsis. So we have a minute, basically, to really just get that periaps to go more. We only have a minute. That's not a lot of time. If I did this with the Mammoth, it would be absolutely easy to get to orbit and go to Jool. I haven't used the Labradoodle yet, so I kind of wanted to see what that was all about. And I knew it was going to be a longer burn time, but it's also more efficient. 42 seconds to apoapse. Let's point prograde here. Actually, let's tilt ourselves up a little bit here. We need to extend that apoapsis timer. I need to go up just a little bit more here. Not really working as well as I'd like it to. I don't think it's got what it takes. I think the engine's just not quite enough thrust there. It's not about delta V. It's about how fast it expels that delta V. It's about thrust. Maybe it would have been better to have a bit longer on the Mammoth, I think. Because we're about to hit our apoapsis now, and we still have a long way to go with this Labradoodle, man. So I think I did a different launch profile with that. Let's go back to the VAB really quick. If I can get the Mammoths to be extended in their burn time, then we have a lot more delta V to work with once we go to Jool. We'll be able to go pretty much anywhere we want. Maybe even see all the moons. I just started playing last night, got about 4 hours in, finally established a stable orbit, albeit not a circular one. Hey, that's good, Lucid Ghost. Congratulations, welcome in. All right, so I'm thinking we extend this a little bit to... Maybe we take the top parts of this off. Hey, can you not? There we go. It's a little sticky. Take the top parts of this off. And since we have a good thrust to weight ratio, we can afford to add more fuel. So maybe we go in and do something like this. Make it a little taller. Should allow this stage to last a little bit longer. And if this stage can last longer, it can be a huge help. And just getting to orbit is it, right? You have to have enough thrust to get yourself lateral. And I also need to turn quicker. So I'll need to turn and go down quicker. I have good stabilization. Well, maybe with this extension I won't, but I have good stabilization, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let's see if this is better. And maybe we should test this. It's probably better to test the engine while we just get our position right anyway. I mean, might as well, you know? Yeah, why don't we just get our orbital position to be correct right now? Revert this to VAB real quick. We're just going to get ourselves... Let's get Kerbin to be in the right spot. Hey, Charlie, I went to eat lunch after you saved Valentino. What are you up to now? We are on our way to Jool. I'd like to see at least 2 of the moons, and we're probably going to land on Lathe. So we're building a rocket to get to Jool now, which is pretty straightforward. I just have to make sure that this... I'm using the Labradoodle, which is something I've never used before, but it's the most efficient... I think it is. Certainly in this size it is. But I think it's the most efficient Methalox engine there is, certainly for this size. So it's got a 343-second ISP. It's pretty good. The Poodle's there too, but that's a medium. And then pretty much everything else is lower than that, I think. Until you get to things like the Rapier engines, we could technically... Okay, Rapiers are totally busted. There's no way it has 3,200 seconds in a vacuum. There's just... That's just... There's no way. Closed cycle, vacuum ISP is 305. Okay. That makes way more sense. So that's mislabeled. 305 is what it actually is in a vacuum. But this is the best engine we can use for this purpose. If I can get to orbit. It doesn't have a lot of thrust, so I have to get it to orbit. And so that's what I'm trying to do right now. Which I think just relying on the mammoths a little bit longer will give me what I need. So, but before we do that, we need to get Kerbin to be in the right spot. So just a real quick save on this here. We'll just save this again. It's fine. We're going to go to the tracking station. We're going to zoom out really quick. And we're going to make sure that Kerbin gets in the right orientation relative to Jool. So that is, again, like a right angle or so. So we're just going to time accelerate for a bit. I'm not entirely sure why I'm not able to go to max speed right now. I don't have anything loaded. Why can I not go to max speed? That's going to take forever. You should be letting me do this. I didn't leave anything on the launch pad. I should be able to go maximum speed. Is this because I have this in orbit? That's silly. Unless you're telling me that this is... I mean, perhaps the station is... I mean, the station loads immediately, right? So maybe it is loaded and that's why. This is where I'm limited by, right? So that's got to be a bug too, right? You shouldn't have all these crafts loaded like that to prevent me from, you know, doing what I got to do. Also, the station is just... It's no longer staying stable like it should. It's supposed to be stable here and it's not. I hate how those 2 panels are gone. What a bunch of load of crap that is. Well, clearly they have some work to do on that because they're not allowing me to go at maximum time acceleration when I have a craft in low Earth orbit like this. So that That's kind of weird. Maybe if I quit to main menu. Let's try to quit to main menu, and then we'll jump back in and see if that fixes anything. They obviously have some stuff to work on, though. So we'll just say load, and apparently it's just the autosave. Is this just now? No, I chose not to save, right? So it'd be while I was in the VAB. That's the last time I saved. I could have swore it was less time than that. Yeah, it didn't save. It didn't save what I did. All right. Well, we'll go in and fix that again. Medium here, then here. You know what? It'll give me a chance to fix this atrocity as well. While I'm here, I can fix this. There. All is fixed. And then these two are in symmetry mode, to which the blue is kind of opposing. And so what we could do with this is we get rid of it in this symmetry mode and instead switch it to the airplane one. And then that will put the... Oh, it's not even going to do it for me. All right, well, no big deal. I'll just copy it and paste it like that then. Yeah, that's fine. So now I'll put the dark part at least on the same side. Okay, that's okay with me. Okay, so I want to check the staging really quick. 10.5 is way more than you need to go to Jool. So we've over-engineered this huge. As long as the Labradoodle gets to orbit, and then we're good to go. So let's say save one more time, override it, and then we're going to go back out. Actually, I think what we'll do is we'll use the escape menu to save. And we'll say stream 1, save, yes. All right, go to the tracking station. Yeah, it still won't allow me to do it. So that's definitely something that they need to work on, right? They need to fix that. They should be having this craft on rails. It should not be loaded. Yeah, so the only way to do this the way I need to do is to destroy this craft, unfortunately. And then once I destroy that, I lose all the Kerbals on board. It's fine. It's no big deal. It's a stream anyway. That being said, though, I mean, whatever. I just won't save it again. I just want to go to Jool. So now I can time accelerate faster because of that. Again, that's something they really need to fix, for sure. So let's focus on Jool. And we want to get Kerbin. I actually probably should focus on Kerbin instead. We want Kerbin to be at a right angle to Jool. So we're going to time accelerate faster. What a difference that makes. And we're going to get to about like maybe here. Yeah, that's close enough. I think that'll work. Maybe not a complete right angle, but it's close enough. Cool. Obviously, I can't control my station anymore because it's not there. But look, these guys. I thought engine plates were a useless part till Charlie showed me the error of my ways. Hey, somebody else showed me that, so I wasn't that. Somebody else had to show me that. There has got to be a way. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm going to go back to main menu without saving. There has got to be a way to time accelerate faster when you have a craft in orbit. I mean, there has to be a way to do that. I mean, that's just basic KSP 101 here. You can't have me in with only one thing in orbit at a time. So give me a second here. Maybe there's a way to, like, I don't know, unload the craft or stop tracking it or something. There's got to be a way to accelerate time faster. If I go to the tracking station, let's see what options we have. This station is still here. Okay. We have crew, flight situation, etc. There's destroy, control, focus. There doesn't seem to be anything I can do. Filters. Maybe we stop looking at vessels. Stop tracking debris. No? What are you then? If you're not a vessel, you are a vessel. I'm not tracking vessels. Apparently I am. So the filters don't work either. Okay. So yeah, that seems to be the only way to do it. Unless I'm missing something. It's interesting because like I'm in the tracking station and yet this. You know what else we could do? I mean, technically we might be able to get away with. I don't know. Flight situation. Yeah. In-flight vessel. Yeah. What do you recommend? Oh, this? Yeah, nothing. What do they call this? Oh, it's a filter for this, not this. Yeah. It's gonna stay. Okay, so it moves it from this list. It doesn't remove it from this. But this is what matters. The fact that it's here and loaded is what's preventing me from going around really fast. Right-click on the ship and use time warp. There's no way to do that. What do you mean? It's only focus or destroy, which is terrible because there's no warning on this either. You click this button and that craft is gone. There's no warning whatsoever. And that's double bad when you're dealing with like a maneuver node, for example, and your craft is right on top of your maneuver node, and you're just like, I want to remove my maneuver node. So you just click this thinking you're removing the maneuver node, and you're not. You're going to destroy your craft. So it's pretty bad. They need to do that. Game settings. Game settings. You think they're in the game settings? It's not a whole lot here for game settings. New patches, persistent data, skip launch sequences, user interface, accessibility. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I don't know. Title text size. Called explosive feature, right? So the only way we're going to be able to do this at the moment on the current version of the game, as shitty as it is, what about the flight situation tab in the tracking center? Flight situation tab. There's nothing to click, so I think that's actually a thing. Like I think that you're not able to do this. It's loading all these crafts at the same time. This is considered. I mean, look how fast I can move to this. It's clear to me that this craft is absolutely loaded, right? It's an active craft because you can see that it's this white color as opposed to like being grayed out. So maybe what has to happen is I need to go to, let's say, the Launchpad 1, and I can load whatever Jool 1 I have. Is this the craft? I think it's this one. We'll just go to edit vehicle real quick, make sure it's the right one. I'm not sure why it's saving so many different instances in the autosave either, because it makes it harder to find which one I want. So if I click launch on this, what I hope to see is that this is now the active craft, which is, yeah. And so now I can time accelerate to 1,000,000 times. So this is no longer the active craft, see? So the last craft you flew remains the active craft all the time, and your ability to time accelerate is dependent on that. So I couldn't do it while this was there, but I have to have another vehicle on the launch pad. So it might be a good idea if you're one of those players to just, like, as bad as it is, because you can go back to the Kerbal Space Center if you want to, Done. And you still have your craft on the launch pad. You can see it. It's sitting right there. It's still loaded, right? So because it's still loaded, your time acceleration is dependent on that, but it's not dependent on the station. So if I go back to the tracking station now, combine 13, if I click this, like I see all the same stuff, but if I want to load that station, like instead of this one, if I want to load this, it's still loaded really quickly though. But now my ability to time accelerate is limited to here. Right? So if I go like this, go back to tracking station, and then I go to Jool 1-2 instead, now my time acceleration can be faster. I can go all the way up to here now. That's got to be what's happening there, which is a little annoying. But if you wanted to get around that, I guess, at any other given time, I suppose you could just like launch a single, you know, probe or something and just have it sit on Launchpad 4 or whatever. And then you could, if you ever wanted to time accelerate, you just make Launchpad 4 your active craft and then do it. That might be the only way to do it. It's really annoying. I hope they decide to change that. But in any case, we now have the station up and also have the ability to time accelerate, and that is what I wanted. So we are going to get ourselves moving around. And now that Jeb has been sitting in this command module for nearly a year. What? Jeb died? Why did Jeb die? He's been in the pod for almost a year. Half a year, I guess. Half a year. I don't know how he died. Hold on. Revert to launch. Wait. How did you die, Jeb? Is it because of physics? You were going 1,000,000 times speed. And then I slammed you into real time and it just blew up. That's probably what happened. Hold on, let's try. So we're on these, right? I mean, we should be, you know, we have power delivered to us. All the things are just getting delivered to us through these, so we don't need to have solar panels even, so. Plus, you're on your home planet, damn it, you can't die. Let's see what happens if I go 1,000,000 times speed and then I slam it. Doesn't seem like anything's happening there. Can't disable the notification either, apparently. Jeb, why did you die? I don't get it. So what day do we need to go to here to make this work? Maybe we don't go 1,000,000 times speed. Maybe we go like one less than 1,000,000 times speed. I mean, look at him. He's still happy. He's been in there for so long. He's still happy. We'll slow it down a little bit lighter here so that it's not so rocking. Like, I don't want to go from like max speed to 1 time speed. And then we'll go 1 time speed while looking at it. I think that's probably what it was. It was just like this thing shook and maybe blew up. Maybe that's how he died. I don't know it. Oh well. All right. So I think we're ready to rock here. Again, assuming the Labradoodle works. That's the thing that has to happen. Assuming the Labradoodle does its job, we'll be on it. So we want to say, I don't know why it's showing 5,000 meters per second. There's definitely more. There's definitely more delta V than that. You're just lying to me. There's way more delta V than that. Don't lie. You're a big fat fibber pants. There is more delta V than that, right? There's got to be more than that. There was like 10,500 inside the VAB. Yeah, look at the number going up. Look at this number going up. What the hell? Okay. I don't know what this thing's doing right now. It's not cooperating with me, I'll tell you that. It's really not. Hang on. Hang on, let me load this. I was so busy looking at the Delta V numbers, I wasn't paying attention to my flight. Probably the atmosphere. No, it should absolutely calculate that. That should be embedded in the calculation already. Just for some reason it isn't. Normally it is, but it isn't. We are good here, right? I quick saved it, so it should be lined up. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're lined up. Not sure why that happened, but it did. All right, here we go. Lift off. I think that's how you say lift off in Kerbal speak. I like to think that Kerbals are very similar to... Oh, you're hard to steer. Adding those extra 2 tanks actually made this a little bit more challenging to fly. It doesn't want to fly anymore. Those extra 2 tanks are kicking my ass, actually. Whoa. This is a very different craft all of a sudden. That's all it took was 2 tanks? Holy shit. I can't turn it. Turn, damn ya. There we go. Come on now, you can do it. Oh my god. All right, you know what? Screw it. I don't care about rotation yet. Not right now. Just go. That's weird. I don't approve of this. It does change the way it flies. Those extra 2 tanks are actually a very big difference. Oh, shit. No. No, bring it back. Oh, it's so hard to control. Like, come on. Oh, stay where you are, damn you. There you go. Oh, much better now. Okay, let's rotate you. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Easy. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Whoo! Okay, good. Now, I wanna bring this down. It's terrible launch profile. Absolutely horrible. Very, very bad launch profile. So bad. But at least we're getting up there. So I want to... That was much harder to control than the last time. Let's go like this. Come on now. What? You lie. What the hell is that? What? You're telling me no matter how much prograde I burn, I can't change my fate? Is that what you're telling me right now, game? What is going on here? This game's broken. It's super broken. What's launch profile? It's basically if you were looking at my path from the ground to space, what's the curve look like? So like, for example, did I go straight up until like 5K and then crank it? Really quite loud, isn't it? Very loud. Did I go straight up and then crank it? Or, you know, did I turn more gradually? In general, your launch profile has a huge impact on your ability to reach orbit. The problem is, you know, I needed it to be way different than that. That launch profile was absolutely horrible, and I needed it to be different because it was much harder to control. So now that I know what is needed to control this thing, I can probably fly it better. But adding that little extra bit of fuel made a huge difference. Oh no, I reverted the flight. You know what that means? We're not lined up anymore. Yeah. Oh, but you know what? I can just F9. And then I'll be ready to go. Maybe you want some small solid boosters on the other 2 sides to help lift it. I don't think there's... Oh, you mean like once the Labradoodle gets in? Maybe. But then the Mammoth still has to lift the boosters too. So like making the Mammoth lift the boosters, it's kind of the same I don't know. Maybe it's not the same thing. You might be right. Maybe I should just not use the labyrinth. If I put a mammoth here, my problem is solved immediately. I just don't want to because I want to get that extra fuel. I may not need it. We'll try it again. I should be a better pilot this time. So I'm going to turn really quickly. Not that quickly. Not that quickly. Hang on. Hang on. Don't turn that quick. You got to get momentum before you turn. Use the air around you. There you go. This way. Very good. I am a terrible pilot right now, and this thing is out of control. It is. It's out of control. It doesn't fly very well. At all. Come on. Get over. All right, you're good. You're good. Stop. Stop turning. Stop rotating. You don't want to stop. You don't want to stop rotating, do you? You're all about that rotation. Do I have the wings like not like centered or something? Like what is going on? Hey, my launch profile is much better this time though. At least I got that going for me. Or not. Oh my god. You are a pain in the ass. Can you lock prograde now? Very good. All right. We're out of the atmosphere thick enough to where we can launch prograde, but my gosh, is it flinging and flying everywhere. This is much better than last time, though. I want to get down a little bit more, if I can. There. That's good. Hold the line there. Holy shit. You are swirling out of control. Okay, we're not in vacuum. That's the problem though, is the Labradoodle just doesn't have the thrust. This is way better profile, but it's still, the concern is that Labradoodle, man. The concern is still the Labradoodle. I might want to put like, you know, 2 more smaller boosters that ignite once those get out of the way, and that would maybe help. You might be right on that. I don't know, we'll see. Periaps is lower now than it was before, so it might work out. But you can see time to apoapse is going down, which is not what we want. Although it is going down slower than real time. So we might be okay. It might be okay. It's not quite real time. We just really need to get out of atmosphere, though, a lot faster. I need the mammoths to last longer. I wonder if lowering the center of gravity by lowering the mammoth boosters will help with control. It probably would. It might. It might. Like, small changes like that would be a huge help. Because I've added those 2 extra tanks, it's raised the center of mass. You want your center of mass low, not high. It gets really squirrely if your center of mass is up here. It's way squirrely. But you don't want it too low either, because then the atmosphere will just push the top part around. It's like there's a fine, like, a quarter of the way up the rocket kind of area where you want it to be. Look at SAS just moving this all around. Whirling all over the place, you silly Billy. Let's see if I can do anything to delay apoapse. Come on. Just not quite enough thrust. Come on. This underpowered engine that's gonna let me go many, many more places. 21 seconds. 20 seconds. 19. Come on, you. I mean, I'm not even... Apoapsis isn't even out of the atmosphere yet, so this is kind of like... We're approaching it way too quickly here. Maybe I just throw a mammoth on it and call it a day, guys. I put a mammoth on this, I get to Jool right now. You know what I mean? I gotta stop being stubborn and just put a... Or maybe not a mammoth. We could put the other one on there. What's that other one that's slightly better, slightly more efficient than a mammoth, but it's got a lot more thrust than these guys do. What I'm hearing is we need more power. Yes, we have tons of delta V. What we don't have is enough thrust to properly utilize it before we get swallowed up by the atmosphere. I mean, we're very close. Actually, look, 12 seconds, 13. Yes, we did it! 14, yay! Time to Apo is going up. We did it! I can use the Labradoodle, yay! We're going to Jool, folks. We're going to Jool. Time to Apo is going up. That actually was just in time too. That's probably it probably means I did almost the perfect flight profile on that. Like I couldn't get any more efficient on that flight profile. Oh boy. All right, we're still in atmosphere too, so we're getting bad ISP at the moment too. There we go. All right, let's go. Prograde, please. Point it right at that prograde. Let's go. Push it. Push it real good. Oh yeah, we did it. We got it. Got it done. Okay. So next is Jool. It was very close. Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me. Where the hell do you think you're going? What do you think lock to prograde means? SAS? Being really shitty to me right now. Don't do that. Don't be a little shit. Okay? It's not time for that. There will be a time for that in the future. Not now. Okay, let's raise our periapps. And again, I want them to adjust the user interface here because apparently I'm not doing anything. Even though I'm pulling on it, it's not doing anything. So you can tell when it's circularized. Not just you can look at the numbers, cool, but you can tell when it's circularized when your apoapps and your periapps start to switch. But really, what you want them is like perpendicular to that line. So basically, right there, where they're kind of not where I am and not where I'm, going. See how they rotate? That's when you can tell if you do that, you're going to be completely circularized. It's from the point where you burn. If you were to draw a line across that from your periapps, that's circularized. So that's what we want to be. I mean, you could look at the numbers too, but the way they've done the nodes, it's just the pain in the butt to have to unselect the node, then look at it, then reselect the node, then look at it. They have this wonderful app bar down here, right? Kerbal Manager, Resource Manager. How about Maneuver Manager? And just like, bam, a user interface where I can adjust it like Precise Node or like Precise Maneuver, the mod does. Like, there's so much opportunity for stuff like that. This app bar comes included now. Just slap it in there. They just don't do it. Huge interface for a flight report, right? Parts Manager, that's fun. Non-stageable resources, can turn them on and off if you want to. You can also turn I thought you could turn the Kerbal on and off too, I thought, but maybe not. Anyway, let's extend our solar panels because we can. And we're facing the maneuver now, so let's go ahead and get ourselves over to it, circularize. There we go. Found my patch conics didn't work. Maneuver node didn't work for you. We're going to do a lot of maneuver node showing here. And I reiterate that I kind of get what they're doing, but I don't like that they've done it. And I know one way they could fix it very quickly, and I'll explain how that works in a second. It's a really simple fix. I only need to burn 22 here, so we'll just do it now and then. Close enough. You're circularized. Okay, so we now look to the stars to find Jool right there. Okay, where we want to burn is kind of where we are actually coming up. We could burn. The thing is, we have a really long burn to do. That's the downside now because we're not using the mammoth. So I worry that we're gonna not have enough time to burn. So I actually think I need to go ahead and let it go a little bit past where I am now. and pick up this maneuver on the other side. So we'll probably put it here. Okay, so we want to stretch this out, and we want to zoom out. We're going to make Jool the target. Let's real quick over here make Jool our target. All right. And go back over to our craft by hitting home. And we can then do this. Now, the UI's changed, okay? You can see like this, maybe you can see it. I don't know how the video is working on the stream, but there's like this faint sort of bubble, I guess, around Kerbin right here. There's this sort of circle. You can kind of see it. I hope you can kind of see it anyway. I know it's dark. There's like a faint bubble here, right? And that marks the sphere of influence. Where your craft is going to exit that sphere of influence, you're going to get this sort of pulsating little target, if you will, right? And it's pulsing towards the point. And that marks your time in which you are going to exit the sphere of influence. Okay? So if we were to go more prograde out, we actually had an encounter there for a second. It looks like we're going to get an encounter with Duna. No? That can't be it. Isn't it? It can't be it. Somehow I'm getting an encounter with Duna there. Maybe. It looks like I am. Yeah. Fly by on Duna? Anyone want to fly by on Duna? Let's see. Yep. We're going to get a very, very short encounter with Duna here. If we wanted to go and see Duna. We could do it on our way to Jool. I'm not really... We're not going to be able to go to Jool if we do that, because like I can't... I'd have to go around and around and around again, so I'm going to keep going to Jool, but that's... You can kind of see how, if I zoom in on this, you have two marks here, right? The target area, this little pulsating thing, waves, whatever you want to call it, there's one that's emanating from the center. That's where you're entering. And then there's one that's going towards the center. That's where you're exiting. But you don't get to see that in the sphere of influence. Like, you're not going to see your lines like KSP1. Instead, you just see the enter and exit point. And it marks the entrance on the map as a general. So you're going to enter sphere of influence here. Duna will be here once we enter, and we exit here relative to that. So it's a very quick encounter. We're not getting anywhere near close enough for it. Let's go back to here. We're going to go more prograde, and we're focusing on Jool. So that's this orbital line here. And we have a 1.3 degrees difference in our orbit relative to Jool. So 1.3 degrees is no big deal, especially for Jool, because there's a huge sphere of influence there. We're just going to burn even more prograde like this all the way out. And we're looking for same thing we did with the station when we were trying to merge with it. We have our intersecting point. That's point number 1. When we get there, we'll be at the closest point to our target. And when we are, Jool is here. So we want to get those points to be very close together. So to do that, I need to accelerate. And we also have 2 different points now. We have one on the way in. We're going to be this close. And then when we leave, we're going to be this close. And so the goal is to get an encounter, which is what this is. All right? Because we're going to have a sphere of influence exit and entrance, right? And so we want to go up a little bit more. The hope is that we can get our periaps close to Jool. We have to deselect the node first to see what that's going to be, which is shitty. Don't like that. Then I have to reselect it, which isn't usually the easiest thing in the world, but sometimes you can get away with it. Then figure out where it is now. That's going to be 2 kilometers away, so I need to go back. Let's go back a little bit. Try to get these 2 points to be closer together. Now they're too far apart. Okay. So we're going to get 1.6 million kilometers away. It's very, very far away. We can adjust this, though. While we're in orbit of the sun, or Kerbal, we can adjust it again, and then that will allow us to get this a lot closer. So we'll rock with that instead. Somebody said gravity assist off Duna. Right. Gravity assist off Duna would not be very effective to go to Jool. It's much more effective to go to Eve. Actually, go the opposite direction. Go to Eve and have yourself flung out. The idea with the gravity assist is you want to use gravity to accelerate your ship in a certain way and direction in which you can gain distance in your travel without expending fuel. Doing it with Duna would be not the greatest. I mean, it's possible in the very right circumstances, you could probably do it, but you got to have that lined up, and I don't know what that line is. I'm sure Matt Lone can probably tell you what it is, but I don't know what it is. So anyway, we are going to have our encounter right here, and that's our distance is ridiculous, but we can make it work. We could also go a little bit more if I wanted to, I guess, and see if I can perhaps get even closer, but I think it's easier to do that once you're already in Kerbal orbit, especially given that we have this engine that's most likely going to need a very long burn to be effective at doing this. We're going to have to burn for a very long time with this engine, and so it's probably not... It may not even happen. We might have to do a couple of passes to make this work. We'll see. So it says 18 minutes till the burn. I don't think I can trust this because my thrust to weight ratio is so low. I don't believe I can actually trust that. So we're going to... Are you actually moving towards your maneuver, or... You know what I didn't do? I didn't pack any RCS on this at all. So this is as fast as I can rotate. Good stuff. Oh, you know what? Sorry, my bad. I'm doing that thing again where I'm in 2 times speed. Damn it! I just want to believe that my frame rates are good. Hey, Mason, welcome in. Jason and Mason, welcome in. Who haven't I said hi to yet? I mean, I haven't really said hi to very many people, and I'm sorry about that. Like, specifically hi. Hi, Cosmic Fox. Good to see you. Welcome in. Gotta head out. Okay, see you, Bluesy. Good to see you, man. We have Saturday classes. Jeez. I really want to get this, but I'm afraid my old 1070 won't be able to handle it. You'll be able to handle it. It just won't be really great frame rates, you know? That's it. Put it on low settings and play. You know? They're going to improve it over time, too. Don't worry. Things get better over time. Everything gets better with time. All right, we're going to go towards our maneuver. I'm not going to use this because I believe, anyway, that we're most likely going to have to burn a very long time. And I don't think that this is actually giving me a proper look at that. So before, in the past KSP, you could kind of see relatively how long your burn was supposed to be. They've changed that now. They don't tell you that anymore. Instead, they just say, burn in this amount of time. And from my experience anyway, it's not... I mean, maybe they'll tweak it, but in my experience so far anyway, it's not very accurate to when you should start burning. It just hasn't been for me. I will look at it, but I don't think it's super accurate right now. We can try to maybe get... And again, we can adjust this too. Jool, you don't have to be super precise. It has a huge sphere of influence. You have plenty of time to change it later. And so we're probably good to go here. So I have... Currently, my burn is in 2 minutes. I have to burn 2,500 meters per second of delta V here. 2,500 meters with this engine is a very long time. In the old KSP, you would know how long you're supposed to burn with your maneuver. You would know how long to burn. And so what you would do is you split the difference. You'd go halfway to that, to the apoapsis. So let's say if my burn was 3 minutes long, I would go 1.5 minutes to the apoapse and start my burn there. That way, 1.5 minutes would happen before that point, and 1.5 minutes would happen after that point, and it would equal out to having it happen at that point. But this doesn't seem to be the way it is. But we're gonna try it. I'm gonna burn exactly when they tell me to, and we'll see what happens. I predict nothing good will come from it. But like I said, you know, we have... Jool is not something you have to be super precise with. So if it doesn't work, we'll stop and we'll burn on the way back. It's fine. Burn it again. So let's try it. Also, I want to hear that music ramp up. And Kerbals to tell me that my burn is soon. All right, burn in. You've heard other streamers say this one's more accurate, but no idea. Okay. I mean, again, they've had like over a dozen patches made to this game since I started playing it, so I'll burn exactly when they say, and we'll see what happens. 5 seconds. Lockdown maneuver. Here we go. Green light. So this is a 5-minute and 40-second burn. Okay. What it says. I want to kind of stay in ship view too, because I fear that it's going to go off the rails on me. I've had this, and again, they might have fixed this already, but I've had this thing just go absolutely nuts and squirrely as soon as I like look away from it, like go to map view, and it's just completely wrong. So I'm gonna just keep it open here too, and we'll see how that goes. But I love the engine plumes. This looks so good. Jeb is experiencing very little G-forces. It's a nice, gentle acceleration. It tells you how long after. Neat. Yeah. Tells me how long after, but I like to know. I want to know before. I kind of want to know before. That's especially true if, like, say I was with a really weak engine. Is the game gonna calculate that? Is the game really gonna know? I don't know. We'll see. Because right now, see, we're going around Kerbin here. We got another, there's another 4 minutes to go here. Like, we're gonna be over here, burning that way. Not as efficient as starting my burn back here and having that help happen. See, we're already off the mark. See? We're already off this mark. This is supposed to be out like that, and we're already off of that. So again, I have my doubts if this is how you're supposed to do it, but this is already not as efficient. We're not burning prograde, so we're losing a little bit of that O-berth. We're fighting gravity, basically, at the moment, which is not as efficient. But we'll see. I probably should have quick-saved it before hitting that, but I didn't. So we're just going to rely on the devs to know what they're doing. First live stream, loving the content. Your Stranded Dawn playlists are very entertaining. Thanks, Tony the Tiger. Appreciate that. I'm glad you think they're... Nah, I'm not gonna do it. You know what I was about to do, but you've probably gotten that too much already, man. I'm glad you think my videos are great. See, like, I'm fighting gravity right now. It just feels terrible. I don't like this. This is not how you're supposed to do this. So I think I absolutely should have. See this? I'm way off that mark. I'm gonna stop the burn. I'm stopping it. We're gonna come back in 9 days and do it again. It's just that's not accurate. We'll burn right at periaps again, and we'll get ourselves another encounter. We're 9 days out on our loop here, which is bad. But hey, we get to really use that O-berth effect now. That's good. We want to move this to periaps. Thanks. I just don't trust that maneuver node. It's not good. Maybe it works for things that are not interplanetary. But, like, if you're going to the moon or something, fine. But going to Jool, it ain't working, man. So we should get another encounter. Again, it's not that hard to get another one. Just make sure I didn't move it. I did. It moved it again. Don't move it. Bring it back exactly where I put it. Stop moving it. And then go like this. It did it again. Why you keep moving it, man? Don't do that. Come on. What the hell's wrong with you? Stupid maneuver node. Come here. Right there. Stay there. Pull. No. You're moving again. Quit it. And I have to, like... do this. This is why I want a maneuver planner module, or I want an app for that, right? Where's my maneuver, right? Right. Come on. Not great, but it is technically getting me... Yeah, it gets me a million kilometers away, so cool, I guess. So we'll try that next time. And it says my maneuver is an hour away, but it isn't. And it's still way back here, too. It did it again. It put the maneuver way back here now. Very strange. I think it's trying to say where you should start your burns. That's the reason for... That's the reason for placing it right here. The old KSP's maneuver system was just so much significantly more precise. I like it a million times more than this one. Their maneuver system here sucks. And I really hope they address it. It's not just in how it displays information, but how it just functionally, it's the function of it. It's just bad. It has the same basic look, but you see how it just kind of, it's moving it around. Like, why are you moving it around? Quit it. Stop moving in it. And let's see. Now I'm leaving the system. I don't want to leave the system. Bring it back. God damn. Come here. Where's my target? Right here. Okay. I can't see where the hell it is. I gotta zoom out. Yeah, I'm way outside. I'm burning way too fast now. Come on. Zoom in. Moved it again. Get over here. Get over here. It's important that it's where I place it, because my periapse is 80k. If this thing adjusts it to be there, I'm going to burn prograde. I might end up pushing my orbit into the atmosphere, you know, especially if I have to do it in a certain manner. I might end up pushing that into the atmosphere, and that's not what I want to do. Okay, so there is an encounter there. I think that's close enough for me to say, okay, fine. I did push it back a little bit, which is really silly, but I'm just going to accept it now. Whatever. We'll just accept it now. Let's time accelerate to the maneuver. I like how it just keeps doing T-minus whatever and it counts down. Am I getting an encounter here? I'm getting an encounter with the moon here. Oh, no wonder it's moving me around. I'm gonna get a flyby of the moon on my way to Kerbin to fly by Kerbin to go to... Okay. That's what's happening here. There's some shenanigans happening with the moon. All right, well, you guys want to fly by the moon? Let's go. We'll fly by the moon. It's, yeah, we're going to be about half a million meters up. All right, so again, everything changes to be relative to the body you're around. So now I'm still traveling this direction. If you're new to KSP, I'm still traveling this direction, but relative to the moon, I'm going to be going around the moon around that side. So in other words, I'm heading this direction. The moon is going to keep going. And from the moon's perspective, I'm heading like that. The moon will end up being over here as I pass by it, if that makes sense. So we're, yeah, 526 meters away. And I'm going to have to change this maneuver when I get past the moon, just so I know for sure where the hell I am. So, because the moon's going to mess with my, moon's messing with me. Its gravity's messing with me. All right, cool. All the way down. You can also pause the game and do your maneuvers at 0 times speed. True, but when you're talking about stuff like this, I mean, 1 times speed is fine. 1 times, when you're talking about like a grand scale of everything, 1 times speed is essentially 0 times speed in a game like this. Bye, moon. Music's very quiet now. I mean, I did it, so it's my fault. I want to hear the soundtrack, so. Hi, flickering. There's just a lot of people taking photographs of my craft on the moon. Did you know? It's just the flashes of many cameras. All right, so the moon passed by. Bye, moon. And then we end up meeting up with our line right here, and we just continue right on where we're supposed to go. Onwards. Okay. So the burn is now in 2 hours. Let's speed up time a little bit, get closer. Oh, dear. What have you done? The moon really messed with me, didn't it? Look at that. The moon definitely messed with me. Holy crap, man. All right, this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. I can't actually set up a multiple maneuvers. That's probably why it wasn't allowing me to do it. Okay. It did give me a little bit of a boost. Not in the direction I wanted it to be. So why don't we go over? And I know I just said it was effectively 0, but now we're at the point where I actually need to fix this. And actually, you can't adjust the maneuver and pause. No, you can't adjust your maneuvers and pause. That was a bit inaccurate. I want to get right around Kerbin. Like that. Really go around Kerbin and get flung out to where we want to go. So the closer I get to Kerbin here, the better it's going to be for my fuel. So I'm going to say I want to go like that. Get right up in there. Yep, like that. And now we should be getting flung out a little bit more. Yep. Just a little bit more. This is really stupid. I'm probably going to go ahead and redo this just because I don't want that moon encounter. But it is what it is. And then if I start this earlier, does that change anything? Yeah, it puts me too deep. Let's not go so deep. Which is good. It means I can spend less fuel on it. Okay. $86. That sounds fine. Okay, 86 sounds good. So we'll point towards maneuver and let's see if we can get ourselves to use Kerbin's gravity to fling us, you know, more out in the direction we want to go, I guess. Oh God. This is not how you go to Jool, by the way. I should have just put the damn mammoth on my craft, man. I don't know why I was being so stubborn about that. I really should have just put the mammoth on there. Okay, we're gonna kind of burn laterally here. Music's changing. Love how that sounds. So we're gonna need to really watch this number closely, PE. Just as long as it's above, I think 80's good because I'm gonna have to burn before it. So I think 80's good, maybe 85. I'm all right with that. I don't want to get into the 70s. I think it's too close. Actually, maybe it'd be safer to stick it around 90 just to be sure. But that's what we're going to look at. So we're going to burn here in this direction. It says it's about a minute. But what's most important is that this number doesn't go below, I want to say, and this is kilometers right now, by the way. It's going to switch to meters in a second. But I want it to stay, about 90,000 should be, 85, 90,000 should be as low as I let this go. Let's just kind of burn in the direction we're supposed to. And SAS is making things go crazy, as it does. Just all these overcorrection nonsense. Just wasting fuel. A little bit more precise here. That's good. All right, we'll stay at 86. 86 seems fine. All right. Now that we're definitely leaving Kerbin, we can come out, we can see where our orbit's going to be, and we can push ourselves out to Jool. And we can do so in a manner that is hopefully much more efficient by knowing that we're going to burn for like 3 minutes. I could just start like a minute before the maneuver, and that will hopefully help things along. Hopefully. So we are going to come out like this. Dropbot, thanks so much for the $3. Appreciate you. Get a rough idea of how much we had to burn, so should be able to see it. Meet up with Jool right about now. Okay, let's take a look at what our PE's there. That's pretty good. Much closer than it was before. We can fine-tune that as well. But we're going to do that once we're in solar. I'm not messing with it around Kerbin. So it looks like we need to burn in a minute and a half. That's what it says anyway. Okay, sure. Or, oh, sorry, an hour and a half. Minute and a half. No, an hour and a half. So we'll face maneuver. Let's just actually get ourselves down a little bit more. We're burning way before this. Like, at least a minute before we're supposed to. Because I just don't trust this thing anymore. I don't know what it's talking about, man. All right, let's get ourselves lined up. Whew. Where are we going? I just joined. Yeah, we're going to Jool. Hopefully I'm hoping I get an encounter with Tylo. I want to see the new Tylo. And I'm going to try to land on Lathe as well. But I want to get really close to Jool. I actually forget how far up Jool's atmosphere is. If anyone knows, I can probably look it up inside the tracking station, probably. I was thinking about getting like 300,000 meters above the surface, quote-unquote surface. I think that's right around, I think that's close enough anywhere to where I can at least see Jool. And see, because they've changed the way it looks. It's got like cloud formations and stuff now, and the details on it are actually quite beautiful, but I want to see it. I think when it says I need to burn like 45 seconds, I think I'll go ahead and burn around there. It might even be good for me to do it around now, because I think this is a long burn. And again, I don't trust this thing. You don't start here. If you're doing a long burn with a slow engine, they really need to... If they're going to tell me to start a burn in a certain amount of time, they need to factor in exactly what my current thrust ability is so that they tell me to burn at a certain time that's accurate. So we're going to go just a little bit further. I think about 45 seconds should be good. Right about here. And we're going to burn now. Now again, we're facing maneuver, so it's not right on prograde, but the idea is that most of our burn is going to happen at the most optimal moment, as opposed to whatever the hell this thing wants me to do. In the hopes that I will follow along this red line. We'll see. All right. Here we go. Moving it out. Can you land on Jool? Right now you can. And the reason for that, I believe, is just it's obviously a bug because there's no surface on Jool. It's a gas giant. But hold on, I want this thing to show me how long am I burning. 2 minutes. Okay, so I definitely wasn't in the middle, but I definitely needed to burn before the thing told me to. So I think I'll go ahead and leave this burn active now. And we'll let this go the full duration, because there's no reason not to at this point. We'll let this go the full duration. Because we're definitely leaving Kerbin. There's no going back to Kerbin. Jeb is leaving Kerbin forever. He's decided that he's just had enough of these fools. They're silly space stations. He has bigger aspirations. He's aiming much larger. Look at this. Look at this. This is not what we want to do. So we don't want to pay attention to this. We want to just... What the hell? Stop. Stop. It's doing it again. You see that shit? You see that shit? If you leave it unattended, the stupid thing is going to go out of nowhere. It's going to go crazy. That's what I'm talking about, man. This is why I like to watch it, because if you go to map view, it's almost like this thing stops paying attention. I think probably what happened was the target is moving because of gravity or whatever, but the game's not smart enough to, like, think about that. Let's do another maneuver, like, maybe way out here. I mean, we're going solar anyway, but... Stop it. Wow, I can't click that. No! Stop! Son of a bee. Really? Just burn, honestly, just burn prograde at this point. At this point, just point forward and go, okay? Just point prograde and go. I don't care anymore. Goddamn maneuver system. All right, just go forward. Prograde it away. Go. I no longer care. This is early access still, correct? It's early access like yesterday. Early access. It's definitely not complete. It definitely needs a lot of work. Oh, it's doing it again. I don't know why it does it, but it does. Lock. Watch that nav ball. See? 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 You little shit. I'm not doing it. It's freaking SAS, man. I don't get it. Messes up. It's a good thing I packed way more fuel than I'll ever need. Because it looks like I'm going to need it. Maybe we will... I mean, I need to go further. I need to go more. I need it to go straight. Isn't the bird time the red bit on route? Yeah, but it's not accurate. They need to fix it. Not accurate at all. It doesn't really factor in what your thrust is. So if your engine is weak, if you don't have a lot of thrust in your engine, then it's not going to tell you the time. The old KSP, the original KSP, I think I went too far actually here. Oh, wait, I got an encounter right now. Yeah, I got the encounter right now. I got two blue lines. That means I've got 2 orbits. So, yeah, right there. Encounter's done. Let's check it out. Can I have a focus, please? Okay, so we are coming in here, and we're leaving here. So now when we get out of Kerbin's sphere of influence, so that Kerbin's gravity can stop screwing with me, we can then make the micro adjustments necessary to get this to be a lot closer to Jool, because Jool is way over here. I mean, there's so much distance here. Our periapse is probably like, I don't know, 2 million kilometers or something. Yeah, 1.3 million kilometers. So we're really, really far away. But Jool's gravity, Jool's sphere of influence is pretty pronounced that way. So we're just going to time accelerate, get ourselves out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. And now that Kerbin is no longer screwing with me, I can then plan my maneuver accordingly. And it can be kind of at any point. I can do 2 days from now. I can do whenever, but I think earliest is possible, right? So we'll go with like 57 minutes. That's fine. Not really early as possible, but it's early enough. It's fine. And then what I'd like to do, I think, is I need to focus on Jool. Come here. Okay. This is the part that sucks, and which is the reason why I'm gonna miss having the precise maneuver mod. So hopefully the devs get smart, give us an actual app for that, or allow modders to do this relatively quickly. I have to manage these little things while also watching this, but I also am not able to see the periapse that I'm going to have unless I deselect this node. So I'm going to try to come back a little bit. And I'm going to check the periapse, which is over here, not over here. You get no indication whatsoever where you're going to be here, other than where you're coming in and where you're leaving. And you have to kind of use common sense to figure out where that means you're going. So in general, if you're coming in over here and then directly across from that you're leaving, chances are you're coming across. But that's not always the case because Jool could be bending me around and throwing me that way, right? So the periaps is way over here. And of course, there's tons of APs and PEs, and you can't tell which one is which, and that's how it goes. So the idea is just to kind of keep an eye on it and figure out which one you're going to do. So there's many different PEs and periapses, but one of them is happening in 4 years, 74 days. The other one's happening 4 years, 75 days. So maybe I'm just crazy, but I think the 74-day one is probably the one that's happening first. So let's just kind of move it back a little bit. And we'll see if we can't get closer. That's pretty close. Yeah, that's a little bit better. So we'll try that correction there really quick. And yeah, we'll do it. If the red line is the burn, then maybe the same, maybe burn the same distance before the red line starts. Yeah, you could eyeball it, I suppose. Yeah. I just liked it better the other way, where they said, your burn is going to take 5 minutes to do. Rather than telling me to start in a certain amount of time, tell me how long my burn is. And then it's real easy to just say, okay, half of it before the node, half of it after the node. Done. Like, that's the way it was with the past KSP, and it worked very well. They're trying to do it differently this way, and I mean, as long as the craft is smart enough to pick up your actual, you know, pick up my thrust and understand how long the burn's going to be. The computer already knows how long the burn is, so just factor that in when you're telling me to burn, and then you're good to go. That fixes it. It's fine. But it doesn't do that currently. It doesn't do that. All right, so I think I'm probably satisfied with what I had before. I gotta go back to where I was before. I can't tell. I imagine I'm still really far away from Jool. I really want to figure out where I'm going to be here. It's possible my inclination is bad, so if I go down on this side, then it will go up when it gets over there. So it'll be above. So I'd want to go. That's maddeningly unhelpful, isn't it? Sure is. At least I'm like dead on now in terms of my inclination. Is it 443,000 kilometers? I don't know. We'll run with it. We'll say that it is. So, in other words, long story short, nowhere near enough information is given to the player to properly plan maneuvers. And then on top of that, you can't plan multiple... you can't plan maneuvers in multiple spheres of influence. So even if I could figure out how close I'd be, there's no way for me to plan a proper maneuver when I get in there to circularize myself. Before, you could do that. You just can't do that right now. And I really want them to fix that too. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff to be desired with the maneuver planning process, but we'll see how it goes for now. Let's get ourselves pointed in the right direction, at least. Because I'm currently going retrograde to help correct that orbit, so now I don't have to do that anymore. Almost. Yep, that appears to be all I have to do. Yep. Okay. And then we'll zippity-doo-dah to the maneuver here. Given that's only 24 meters per second, I think we can probably safe to just put it right on that marker. It's probably fine. But actually, to make this even easier to manage, now that I'm pointing the correct direction, I'm just going to lock that and kill the maneuver. And now I can just put my mouse over this and handle it with my throttle, because it's easier to do it that way to see what I'm doing. So I can then go like this and just watch my periaps come down until I get it to where until it starts to go back up, and then I'm done. Seems good, man. Who needs a maneuver? Just look at it, you know? Probably pretty good. We'll kill it there. Okay, so now we're going to be going like this. Then we get flung with gravity, and then we get to go around like this. Of course, we're going to be getting captured by Jool, so it's fine. So if I go back and target Jool again, you can now see no new information is presented to us, right? All it's telling us is where we're coming in and where we're leaving. To fix this problem, all they need to do is show me the line, like every other place, that's moving through this. And let me manage this like it was before. Like, just don't reinvent the wheel. It worked really well. And then give me an app to manage the maneuver in more precision so that I don't have to do it right on that line. I can do it, you know, or modders will take care of it. Whatever, it's fine. Let modders do what modders do, I guess, but still. 138,000 kilometers for Jool's atmosphere. 138,000 meters, I'll believe. Definitely not the... definitely not kilometers. I'll believe meters, though. Okay, we're ready to go. It's 2 o'clock, so I need to hurry up here. I'm supposed to be done pretty soon. I told my wife I'd be done pretty soon. But I want to show Jool. I want to get through there. And I want to do that stuff before we leave. Sort of like ideally, landing on Lathe would be the finale here. Or the final thing I do today. But there's our first intersecting point on our way up. And Jool is way far away. But it's when it comes back around... way up. Way up. And then Jool comes to meet us. We enter on this side and exit on that side. All I want them to do... I am actually curious. If I could set a maneuver right here, would you let me make a maneuver here? And then... yeah, it's not showing it properly, right? The idea was to make the circularization maneuver on that periapse, because the PE that's here is not your periapse to your current orbit. It's the periapse in the encounter. It's in between the encounters. But I can't create a circularization or anything because I can't see inside here. I can't see inside the sphere of influence before I get there. And so you end up being forced to make inefficient decisions, inefficient burns, because you can't burn them ahead of time. So as soon as I get here, I can then see what I want to see. Right. Wait for it. There. Slow it down. All they had to do was show me this and let me interact with it ahead of time, right? It's already there. You already know what's going to be. Let me do it. Okay, so we're way over here. So now we want to move this, be closer to Jool. And I would like to come in on the other side of it, to be honest. Is that important to come in on the other side? Not really. Never mind. So let's see. In an hour from now... we can come back a little bit more. I mean, really, it's all matters is that I get the right direction down. So I need to go this way to bring periapse in. Of course, let's look at it from this side. There we go. Bring that periapse in. There we go. Really get it right in there. Then maybe come down a little bit and bring that up. Might be able to get ourselves to where the orbit is a little bit more in the middle. That's probably better. If we want to get better encounters, that's what's the best way to do it, I think. And then PE is now 623 meters. That's not bad. We can go closer than that, though. Nope. Can't go closer than that. Okay, so 87,000. That's well within the atmosphere. We don't want to do that. Let's pull back. 354 seems good. I think we'll hold it there. So that'll be the direction we want to go. So we'll just all we need to do, we don't need to actually do the maneuver. We just need to know which direction to face to facilitate that. The closer we get to Jool, the more expensive this is going to be, to the point where it'll be prohibitively expensive. So we want to do it as soon as possible. We just need to know the direction to face. And then what we want to do now is we want to look at our PE number. That's it. We don't even need to see the map. Just look at the periaps number and figure out where we want to be and make sure that we're not in the atmosphere, basically. We could use the atmosphere to get circularized, though. It's not out of the question. We could aero brake it a little bit, and maybe that's the better way to do it. But for now, I'm just gonna look this way. Okay, let's burn. Again, this is kilometers at the start, so we're gonna see it come down, not be kilometers anymore. SAS is doing its thing. Wait. Now it's negative kilometers. That's not what I want. Why did you do negative kilometers? Whoa. Whoa. You went from kilometers to kilometers. Why did you do that? Turn around. Face the other direction. Weird. You didn't even change to... I have... Focus. Now we're definitely going in the atmosphere. So we'll take and face the other direction. Make sure we're facing the right way here. That was a little bit... That was not good. That's what I call not good. The way we just did that. Okay, so we're facing the right way. And we should just go... Bring it back around. Ever so gently. Until we are caressing the green gas giant. At 364. Perfect. Okay. Okay. 362, 364, whatever. So now that we are going to be really close to Jool, fantastic, and we're going to do it on the day side too, which is makes me very happy. Now we can decide if there's any chance of us being able, and actually I would like to maybe see if there's a chance to get contact with one of the moons, of your other moons. I mean, they're kind of all over the place, but Bop is here. Kind of wanted to see the new Tylo, which is right there. So if I was to kind of equalize this out, let's say Tylo is my target, right? If I wanted to get an encounter with Tylo, we're off by a lot of degrees here. So we want to, I think, raise this up. Actually, I think we're retrograde here, aren't we? Yeah, we're going the wrong way to get a Tylo encounter. Right? Tylo's going this way, isn't it? Actually, don't know. I mean, it says I'm off by 177 degrees, so I assume that Tylo is going the opposite direction. So, we'll see. But let's say we go... Any way to get an encounter with that? Maybe we do it on the burn here. Let's say at periaps, we want a circular, or we want to just get captured. If we get captured, will we get an encounter? It's so close though. Look at that. That's not bad. That's pretty close. Yeah. Distance from target there? It's only 3,600 kilometers. It's not bad. We could probably make that work. And then all I'd need to do to make sure I get that encounter would be to come down, I think. Nope. Opposite. Sometimes you just got to play around with it until you figure it out. No? No, maybe I burn sooner. Maybe we come in sooner. Hey, Doofy, how you doing, dude? Good to see you. Oh, there it is. Got it. Right there. There's our Tylo encounter. Perfect. We get to go see the new Tylo. Cost me 633. I got that. I can spare that. Okay. So we'll come in. We'll get an encounter with Tylo. We're not going to get into orbit, but what we could probably do is see if there's a way to use Tylo to get an encounter with Lathe, which is right here. Lathe is ultimately where I want to land. Lathe is like a Kerbin-like moon of Jool. There's a lot of islands all over the place. It's mostly water, but there's a lot of these islands, and I kind of want to land on one of them just to see the new Lathe, just to say we were there. This is Jeb wants to live on Lathe. Okay, he's had it with these Kerbals. He wants to live on Lathe instead. So we need to facilitate his wishes. What was that? Holy shit. That was nauseating. How about we go like this instead? Okay. I was like, oh no. What have I done? Oh boy. Yeah, speaking of oh no, what have I done? I time accelerated instead of hitting this button. That's what I did. So I don't suppose I didn't quick save at all, right? So I don't suppose I could, like, you know, fix that. I'm pretty sure we're just screwed now because I accidentally clicked the wrong button there. There's Jool. If I quick save, can I figure out where the quick save is? Where is the quick save, I wonder? There's lots of autosaves. There's a whole bunch of autosaves. Actually, this is an autosave. Can I load that? This is an autosave from a minute ago. Maybe that's enough. I mean, is that enough? Hey, how about that? We're not screwed after all, everyone. Look, guys, we're not screwed. Oh, God. Yeah, it's exactly where I want to be, actually. Okay, good. In that case, we use this button, not these. We don't use this button. We use this button. Okay. We pay attention and we use it. All right. So let's make sure we're facing target. We go this button. That's why it messed me up, because it was like going around here. I want to focus on ship. F5. There we go. Now we need to get closer, because this thing only counts to like 24 hours apparently. So I need to be... Look at how close we're getting here. Gosh, I wonder if we can see Lathe out the window. There's Jool. There's Lathe. There it is. I know it's very small, probably really dark, but everyone say hi to Lathe. We're going to go visit that later. Just chilling over there. Very nice. All right, and we're making our way up. Alrighty then. Now, I don't know what is 633 meters per second, so we probably need to burn a little bit sooner, but I wouldn't think it's quite that bad. So we're gonna get really close to Jool here while we burn. I'm definitely doing this in first-person view, but or in the ship view, but I just want to make sure I'm doing it the proper timing. Well, I don't see any cloud formations here at all. It's just a solid green. Maybe I got to get closer. There's actually a little bit of rippling going on right here. You probably can't see it. I can see it on my monitor though. So I think maybe that's where the clouds are. We are still pretty high up, so I guess that makes sense. Let's just come on down a little bit more. Ah, there's those cloud formations I wanted to see. Beautiful. Look at that. Looks great. All right, we're gonna burn here. I think I need to probably burn a little bit sooner than the game says, so I guess I'm not really doing that, am I? So go. And then burn looks like it's gonna take 44 seconds. Okay. And then once we're done with this burn, we will make sure we get our capture, make sure we get Tylo, and we'll kill it and assess it from there. We're captured now. Things are getting real twisted. Very twisty around here. All right, bring it down. It doesn't look like I'm getting a capture anymore. Tylo. Maybe the gravity's doing it to me? Oh, stop. Is that our capture? No, that's something else. Sphere of influence of what? It's not Tylo. Is it? No, it's not Tylo. Tylo's the new target. What are you entering? Is it Lathe? It's way over. It's way over here. I don't know what it is, but I need to burn a little bit more to bring it back in. I don't know exactly what I'm getting an encounter with there, but it's not what I want, though. I know that. Give me Tylo. Hey, hold on. Thought I was gonna get that. Set target. Maybe that was Tylo. Maybe that was Tylo. It just wasn't showing me the. It wasn't showing me the lines. But it might have been Tylo. If I switch and go back to prograde now, it might be able to correct it and get back to Tylo. I still got 3,400 meters per second, so I got tons of fuel left. I was kind of hoping to deorbit this stage in Jool's atmosphere, but I guess I could still technically do that. Let's point prograde really quick. I think I can get that Tylo encounter back. I just don't know where it is. Yeah, right there. It is that. That is a Tylo encounter. Oh. Oh. Stupid game. You stupid game. Goddamn game. Why are you doing this to me? You go to the map view and that's what you get. This guy named Man Jeebs looks different. Jeb? Jeebs? Jeb? Jeb looks different to you? That is definitely a Tylo encounter. I just can't keep on the prograde vector. It won't stay. It's almost like I'm got torque, but I don't. There's no torque on this vessel. There's a Tylo encounter. Right there. Okay, so we'll figure it out from there and see what I can get. Periaps is too far away. Oh. Okay, so I'll have to figure out what it is I got to do to get that encounter to be better. So I wonder if I come out maybe out to here. If I make this encounter here, and I really wish I could figure out exactly where I am for this. So it looks like I'm going to be above the target. Like I'm slightly above the target, I think. Distance from target is 133 kilometers. 33, 34. Yeah, that's not it. I am above it. You can see how my orbit's bending. My orbit's gonna bend like that, so if I want to get closer to it, I need to go maybe bring it down from here. Yeah, see how that orbit's bending just a little bit more? It really starts to bend. Tylo has really heavy gravity, so it's kind of easier to see where I'm going to be. Again, they really should just show this to me in the freaking viewer, but they don't. So that's pretty cool. I can get much closer to the target that way. I believe that will get me close enough to really see the new Tylo is what I want to do. Yeah, 200, what is that? Less than a kilometer. I'm less than a kilometer away now. Well, I thought I was. Yeah, 891 meters. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. That'll be the next maneuver. Look at you, Jool. It looks like a big... It's so fluffy. It's just this... It's like a big green cotton candy ball. These cloud formations, they're so fluffy. They're very cool, though. I like the way they look. Where's the red dot? Or that's not even a red spot anymore. It's a green spot. I don't think I'm going over the green spot. Isn't the green spot higher? I thought the spot was like up here somewhere. It's probably in the dark. Maybe it's down here. It's down here, like in this area on Jupiter, so. This is another storm right here. I probably can be able to see that one. Yeah, we can probably see this one if we get high enough. I bet we can see it. Just bought the game? Cool, man. I hope you enjoy. It's got a lot of work that needs done, but I think once it gets done, it'll totally be worth it. The question is just whether or not it goes on sale before it's done. It's most people's question. I want to see if I can see that storm. I'm gonna accelerate a little bit here. Go over the top. I don't know where the music is. Can you guys hear the music? I feel like it's too quiet. It was too loud before, and now it's too quiet. And there is music, but it's very faint. If I can see that storm. Should be over here. Somewhere. Maybe it's there. Oh, nope, never mind. There it is. Very nice. There's no IVA views yet, so you can't see exactly what Jeb sees, but I imagine if we wanted to get something close, we could just zoom in and then it was similar to what he would see out the window, I guess. In fact, if you use the arrow keys, you can move the camera like this with the arrow keys. You can kind of get an idea of the scale of what he's experiencing, what he's seeing as he goes over top of Jool. I just can't... you know, part of me thinks I was born at the wrong time, you know? I wish I'd been born with space, you know? Space being a thing we could all go. Or being a place we could all go, right? Like 100 years from now, I feel like people are going to be able to visit really cool places like that, you know? Be able to see Jupiter as like a... Maybe not 100 years, but a couple hundred years at minimum. Or at maximum. Be able to like take kids to Jupiter for a field trip. To show them things. Want to see go see the rings in Saturn, right? There's tons of resources out there, right? I mean, think about all the wars that we fight every day. All the wars that are fought are almost always exclusively fought over resources anymore. Maybe back in the day it was like religious differences and stuff, and certainly that still exists in the world, but most wars now are at their core, political differences perhaps aside, but at their core, it's about obtaining resources and strategic resources, right? And so, all the places, so many resources in space, man. If you just open it up, where people can go get stuff in space? You don't need to fight over it on Earth anymore. Just go out and get it. Man. It'd just be so much cooler if that was the case. I'm not sure what this flickering is, but it'd be so much cooler if that was the case. In my opinion. So we are gonna go. It looks like my maneuver is way over here. Okay, I got it. We're gonna go up like this. I got your text. Why is she awake? She is now. Can you give me another 20 minutes? I was just curious. I only need about 20 more minutes. My wife is like, dude, the baby is awake, and I don't want to deal with her anymore. Which is fair. That's a fair assessment of. I totally understand that. I have to deal with it every day though. She has to deal with it 2 days a week, so it's. I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like, could you just give me the 2 days? But it is what it is. I get it. She allowed me to try and stream tomorrow, or yesterday morning. She allowed me to try to stream, and then Comcast screwed it all up. So I understand. It's like she needs to do work, and she didn't get half her work day and all that stuff last time. So I just want to go by Tylo, and then we'll swing by Lathe, land, and we'll call it a day. Okay? So let's go in and get Le Maneuver sorted, and then we'll do the thing. All right, 30 seconds to maneuver. Where's Tylo? We gotta be able to see it from here, right? Let's see. So if Jool is there, then Tylo should be over there somewhere. But I'm pretty sure it's heading retrograde from where we are. Could be that. Could be there. I forget actually which way I'm burning, but it's obviously it's over here, but yeah. All right, so we'll take the 75 meters per second. Okay, let's assess the situation. And it looks to me like my current periaps in Tylo with Tylo is going to be 881. That's pretty good, I guess. If I go a little bit more, does that... Yeah, that brings it down more. I like it. Just get real close. You see, it's going to change my orbit a lot with Jool because Tylo is got a lot of gravity. That's probably good for my approach to the moment. I can't quite see what it is. 160? We can go closer than that. 74. There's no atmosphere, so we can get as close as we want. I'll say 28. I like it. All right. Let's beat up time a little bit here. Get ourselves in the sphere of influence of Tylo. And presto. All right. Now, we're not going to make any maneuvers around Tylo, but we are going to want to... Holy shit. We are going to want to make some kind of maneuver to get in contact with Lathe at some point here, so I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to do that now. That's, it's very polar. We're very polar around... There it is. Come here, Tylo. I was hoping to see you during the day. Alright. There should be lots of cool mountains and stuff now. See, cliff sides, lots of texture and detail. It's not quite a daytime pass, but it's also not quite nighttime either. The music, though. That's cool. I like it. Again, I kind of wish it was daytime, but Getting right down there where the details start to pop in. Yeah, 28K. We're safely above the surface. I do wish it was brighter, but it's nice. It's almost a mystery. And then the sun goes through the horizon. it's somehow it's through the horizon. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I'm all right with it. It's illuminating what it shouldn't be illuminating, so I'm all right with it. I feel like we're getting a lot lower than 28K though. Holy cow. There it goes. Now it's really scary. I feel like we're lower than 28K. I hope this game's not lying to me. A little scary now that we go into the pitch black darkness. Should have equipped like really bright spotlights. I could have just shined on it. Oh my god, that was very close. It's a really great pass by though. That was very good. I liked it. All right, get back to the light. You like how the music changes? Had like a like that was sweet. And these are custom. There's custom soundtracks for every body. Lathe, Tylo, Jool, they all have different soundtracks. When you're in their sphere of influence, their soundtrack will spawn. So I suspect the music will change now. As you get farther away, it'll transition to a different soundtrack for a different place. So depending on where you are, you get a different vibe. I think that's just cool. I'm a big fan of Tylo's soundtrack. I like that. All right, so we want to... Then the remainder of our time is now going to be spent on trying to get to Lathe. And Lathe is here. We're going to make that the target. Now, of course, we are, you know, a bit of a problem in getting to Lathe. But if we can manipulate this in some manner to get where we need to get, and I think probably to start we should be looking to go retrograde here to bring that orbit in. Yeah. Or why don't we go all the way out here to Apoaps? Be cheaper. Not that we really need to go cheaper, but we, you know, whatever. Go all the way out to Apoaps. We can bring the Periaps in where Lathe is. And it kind of gives an idea of where Lathe is relative to where we are, and then we can adjust it from there. So we can say, I want to go that way. And then back to retrograde. And encounter. There it is. So now we get our encounter with Lathe. That's what I want. It only cost us 520, so we will be staging in between this. It's not a big deal, but we will be. So let's get ourselves turned. You guys losing? Comcast doing it again, huh? I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna push through it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Apologies for it. I'm gonna do as best as I can, as fast as we can. We only got like 10 minutes left, so if my ISP could just, you know, not be a dick for like 10 minutes, it'd be great. We'll see. They could not be a dick for 10 minutes. Gonna go around the Periaps. Wrap ourselves all the way around. Up where we need to go. Almost. Come on, Comcast. Give me 10 minutes. We're going to be on Lathe in 10 minutes. Maybe a little less than 10 minutes, but maybe a little more than 10 minutes, but I'm going to try to make it 10 minutes. All right, so we're on maneuver point. Looks pretty good. 520 meters per second is our burn time. Or 520 is what we need to do. We're just going to point this direction. Go ahead and hit this. We can get rid of the maneuver now. And then we can just burn in that direction until we get our encounter. We will be leaving some space junk around Jool in this case. But... oh my god, you stupid piece of crap. For real. For real. It's not even... it's like... it's so absolute bonkers, you know what I mean? Like, that bug needs to be fixed so badly. I need to know where I'm supposed to point again. Can't do a maneuver while it's paused. So we need to go retrograde. Some more. Keep going. And then over. Which I can't do anymore because the stupid thing just messed me up. Yeah, I think that just screwed my encounter. I have to go maybe this way now? It really did. That screwed my encounter. Now I have to find where else. Say here, so if I want to do that, I have to go retrograde some more. Now it's going to be very expensive. It'll be very expensive to get this now. Solar wind, right? Yeah, exactly. Blame it on the solar winds. Yeah, that really screwed me. Maybe I can adjust where I do it. That actually would work better. We could do it up here. And then we do that here. We can get it to come around. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Almost not even worth doing now. It's so expensive. I might even be able to do it. That's how expensive it is. Where's Lathe? Can I... Ugh. Where's my focus on Lathe, please? Thank you. Okay, we got to figure this out. Because that burn screwed me. From here, let's start over. From here, where it looks like it would work the best. I want to go retrograde. Bring that orbit in. Let's just adjust it a little bit here. Can I adjust, please? No? Adjust. Thank you. Okay, so my closest point I'm seeing right now is trying to get... oh, these two aren't together. It's this. Yeah, they're really far apart now. I have to go around twice. I mean, I'm okay with going around and around until I get it, I guess, because I'm running out of time. So just get my points to intersect, kind of like this, and then we just burn this, and we'll just burn this, and then we'll go around until we get an encounter. And hopefully they fix that bug, because if you burn with map view open, you need to look at this. It will go round and round and round and round. Check autosave. Maybe. It's 231. Maybe. Yeah, whatever. It's not going to hurt. Let's load it. Because right now I'm going to spend an extra 600 meters per second to do what I should have been able to do already. Can't tell. Choose target, Lathe. I have no idea what this is doing, but I can tell you that it's before I made the maneuver initially, so that's good. So at least we're pre-maneuver anyway, so that's good. So right around apoapsis is I think where it was. There it is. Yep, and then we went retrograde. And then we also shifted over just a tad. And then by doing that and going retrograde, I had an encounter, I think. Yep, like this. Bang. For 479, we do that. Point to maneuver. And we'll just do it again. And then we'll stay on this view so we can watch it and see how stupid it is. Just moves. Does things, man. All right. 22 minutes to maneuver. Let's go ahead and do a quick save here. Make sure we can get that. And then gonna encroach right here, 40 seconds. And then what we can do, again, I don't think I need the maneuver specifically, but if I just do this and then keep it locked on stability, right? That's all I should need to do is just keep it locked on stability and then hit the button. There should be no movement here. There's no reason for that to fly off the handle. There's no reason for that to shift. And yet it is currently shifting. Just a little bit. Yep, just moving it around. Wait for that encounter to happen. And we're out of fuel. That was known that was going to happen, so we will go ahead and eject. And now we're on nuclear power. Right? So nuclear power, we want to stage that, but I don't trust this. I'm really paranoid on that, so I'm just going to activate it instead. And then again, we're holding that line. We're going to go ahead and fire our nuclear engine. Now I can see the encounters. They're going to start coming closer together. These two dots are going to get really close together. And we should get an encounter in about 3 seconds. 2, 1, encounter. Pause. Really far away from that now. And then we should now be able to go zoom time ahead a little bit here. Figure out where our encounter is. We're gonna circularize around Lathe, right, and then land. The goal is to circularize and land, so that's what I'm trying to push through it with right now. Fast as I can. Oh god, I hate that so much. I just overshot it, didn't I? I hate that so much. Did I F9 that? Here, just this F9 that. I know I can do it. I already quick saved before the maneuver, but I have to do it again. It's so touchy that, you know, there's a huge difference between 10,000 times speed and 100,000 times speed. And so if you're in a hurry, like I am, that's what happens. You get in a hurry and then you make mistakes. Which is what I feel like I'm in right now. I'm in a hurry because my wife is hurrying me. Just burn this while the maneuver is active. Now the dog is going crazy. My kids got friends here. I did tell my wife I'd be done by 2:30, so like, you know, it's absolutely a thing that, you know, I'm late. But I really want to finish this on Lathe, damn it. All right, that's done. Let's go ahead and Eject that stage. Activate nuke. Burn again. Come on now. Why am I not getting this encounter? The target, there it is. Come on. Did you miss or what? Shit. What happened? God damn it, will you please focus on Lathe? Thank you. What happened here? Why did I not get that encounter? The kettle is boiling. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea why that encounter didn't work. This time it didn't work. Let's go to here. And we're going to come over a little bit. Get that encounter from there. Rotate. Our craft is lighter now, so we can rotate a lot faster than we could before. Zoom to that encounter, or zoom to that maneuver. We're focused on Lathe, so it's up here still, but I'm focused on Lathe. Let's get to the maneuver one more time. And then you can just go ahead and burn it now. Just hold it steady there. We should be able to hold it steady right where it is and still get that encounter. Okay, that's in. It's not in very well, but it's in. We can burn some more and really separate these. Keep an eye on where we're coming in and where we're leaving. That's fine. And then I want to quick save. I'm quick saving it every single step of the way now because I just don't want to deal with that anymore. So we're coming around this side. So we'll end up being. It looks like we'll end up being on this outside line. So we're gonna say maneuvers maybe here, and then I want to. Yep, I want to get this to where. Basically what I'm looking to do is to get these 2 points to like basically have Lathe in the middle of them. Ish, like that. So I'm definitely coming in and leaving, crossing paths with Lathe. Basically what I'm looking for. Okay. And then after I leave Lathe's sphere of influence this time, it's going to kick me out. So I need to make sure I can also circularize. Okay. 23 minutes to maneuver. We'll go ahead and warp to that. We have lots of fuel. It's just a matter of timing it on our spend. This is close enough, I think. So I'll go ahead and burn this. Let's just keep it locked where it is. I'm just going to keep an eye on Lathe here as I try to bring these 2 things kind of wrap around. It's probably close enough. That's close enough. We're good. So now the last thing to do is to get into the sphere of influence so that I can figure out what to do from there. This is the part where I went too fast before. Let's not go too fast this time. Get right up in there. Coming in off the top side, and we need to burn really fast because Lathe is not very big. We're probably traveling quite fast. So we're going to need to we're gonna need to turn and retrograde. Like, we're gonna need to go retrograde quick. Really quick. Okay. Going in. And stop. Alright. We're going in a straight line on this periapse, which is not ideal. So we want retrograde right away. We really can't get captured here? I don't think so. I think we're going too fast. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to. We're going too quick. We're too fast. I need to burn now. Yeah, I don't think... Nah, we're not going to be able to. Unfortunate. We just don't have it. It's the angle I came in off Tylo is too extreme. I should have corrected the... I'd need to correct it. Hey, wait. Wait. Maybe we can get help. Let's get help. Stop. There's no heat in the game anymore. Oh my god, stop. There's no heat in the game. I can't do this while it's paused. So, I can't click that button. It goes away too quick. Really? Oh my god, that sucks. Point towards the planet. Point towards Lathe. Or at least towards where we're going. Right? Is that where I want to point? I can't tell. Yeah, point towards Lathe. And it's honestly it's towards Lathe and retrograde is what it is. Did I just stage? What the hell just happened? Why are you not burning anymore? You're not out of fuel. Oh my god. This sucks. I was right there. We had it. We were right there. But we're coming in too fast. I needed to come in slower, and there's no way to do that because you can't tell where you're going to approach Lathe from with any specific... You don't have any information to plan ahead. Maybe I want the curve. I mean, either way, I gotta slow down. So doing this with a retrograde burn just seems to be a good idea overall, because I need to slow down anyway. But to be honest, I want to use the atmosphere. There's no heat in the game, so just use the atmosphere to your advantage and you should be fine. Probably going like that, so I need to bring it that way, like that. That's as close as I can get to going dead center here, which I'm not going to be able to slow down enough with that, but if I use that plus retrograde, I can slow down a lot. Let's do this really quick, because I'm going way too fast. And it's not actually working very well. We're not burning very fast. We need a lot more thrust. Apparently my internet connection device, T-Mobile Gateway, is partially bricked, and they will be sending me a new one in a few days. Hopefully that will solve the internet issues I've had. I hope so too, man. Good luck. I'm not sure how to solve my problems, but my problems are my problems. God, I really need to slow down. Big time. Right before we get here, when it's unavoidable, there's no way we're going to be able to avoid an encounter. I'm going to try to hit the brakes. 1,000. Wow. Okay. So I need to hit the brakes way before that, but I don't want to avoid an encounter, so let's speed up time a little bit here. Craft is coming down. And right about here, I think an encounter is unavoidable at this point. So we're going to hit retrograde, and we're just going to burn as fast as we can right here to slow down as much as possible. Because I think at this point, there's no way I'm going to avoid that encounter. Actually, there's a lot left to go. There's a lot of space. There's more space here than I thought there was. Let's come in a little bit more. Yeah, like this. Now hit it. So Lathe is there. I wanna really hit this. I'm coming in way too hot. But ultimately, I don't think I can avoid. I don't think I'm gonna be able to avoid it. Yeah, you know what? Let's get an idea of what we're dealing with. Let's get into the sphere of influence really quick and see what we're dealing with. Come on. Come on, trigger. There it is. Did you guys know we're unpaused? Okay, so I want to... Hopefully it lets me make a maneuver now. Come on. Come on, really? You suck. What is going on with this thing? Thank you. Bring it up. Bring it up. Go that direction. That direction. 1,000 meters per second in that direction. Face it. And punch it right now. We're gonna try to get ourselves closer to Lathe. We can use the atmosphere to help us. Hey, that's fine with me. I got collision with Lathe, that's fine with me. So we know this will work at least, because collision will happen. There we go. Alright, we're not going to zip past it anymore. And then we can switch now to a retrograde. And we'll start slowing down. This should bring periaps in. It is bringing it in, which is good. We want to do that. We can accelerate under time warp now. So we can then keep this acceleration, but also activate time warp. And so acceleration works under time warp. And so we can now speed up the time as we come in. Oh, hang on. I'm not sure why it stopped, but okay. We'll time warp as we burn. Approaching partial out of fuel orbital event. Oh, right. Yeah, we're going to get out of... We're going to run out of fuel. Oh, hang on. We're going to run out of fuel. Shit. That was a whoopsie, isn't it? Can we point towards Lace some more? I guess we're gonna run out of fuel. That's just the way it's gonna go. Did it go the other way? Oh, I went the wrong direction. Yes. I think we're ultimately going too fast, guys. And I'm out of time, unfortunately. I wanted to land on Lathe. I'm sorry I didn't. But I'm out of time. It's not right to keep my wife hanging like this. I said I was gonna do something. I need to do what I said I was gonna do. So I'm gonna call it here. I appreciate you guys' patience. It's, I just wanted to get some cool encounters. But if I had more time to plan and I wasn't in a hurry, probably would have made better decisions overall. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And Kerbal Space Program 2 is out for you guys. You can see the links in the description. If you order it on Humble, you can get a small kickback towards me. Otherwise, the Steam link is there. It is $50. Admittedly, it's a bit more expensive than the current version of the game is worth. But I think if you're a fan of Kerbal Space Program and you believe that Intercept and Private Division are going to do what they say they're going to do, then I think it'll eventually pay for itself. I already think today, anyway, if you're creative enough and you have, this is a game that you get out of it what you put into it, right? So if you're willing to put enough into it and you're creative enough and you come up with really cool, crazy things to do, you can easily get $50 worth of fun out of this. And that's like 5 trips to the movie theater. So if you think you're going to have, more than 50 or so hours, I don't know how much you weigh dollar per hour for your fun. But if you think you can get more than 50, 60 hours of fun out of this, I already have, then I think it's worth it. But anyway, that's me. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. I'm going to go spare my wife and take over on baby duty again. See you guys. Bye.